The meeting to order, September 22nd, 2009 action meeting. At this time, we're going to ask Assistant Pastor Steve Messick from the Christ Community Church to lead us in the invocation and the flag salute.
Well, good morning. What an honor to be here. This room brings back a lot of memories. For years, I taught hunter safety in here with our volunteer instructors. Unbeknownst to a lot of the public, this room is used for a lot of purposes. And we used to have it just full of kids wanting to go out and hunt and fish in Imperial County. What an honor to be here. I'm familiar with the process and the challenges that you face in making decisions regarding the welfare of the people and the resources of this place that we call our home, the Imperial Valley. I highly regard your positions, not merely as administrators, but I consider you to be friends of the people of Imperial County. Holy Scripture encourages us that when we find ourselves in need of wisdom on matters that pertain to life, that we're to ask God, who liberally gives wisdom to those who ask it. And if ever there were days in which this board is in need of divine direction, it's in the days that are before you now. As long as we still have the words, "In God we trust," printed on our currency, I think that we should continue to seek His will in all of our affairs. So would you all please join me in prayer as we open your meeting, inviting the presence of Almighty God to be here with us. Our gracious God and merciful Heavenly Father, I'm grateful for this opportunity to first recognize that it's you who have created all mankind to be equal in your sight. And in your wisdom, you have given us leaders with talents and abilities that are intended to reach out and serve others in compassion, in protection, in strength, and in understanding. And we are thankful, O God, for these board members, and I ask that you would fill them with your wisdom and that you would direct them as they make important decisions on the behalf of us all. May they have a sense of your presence and your leading in their lives. And I ask this, Heavenly Father, in the name of the risen one, the name above all names, the Lord Jesus. Amen. And now would you join with me as we pledge allegiance to our nation's flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Mr. Garber, do we have anything to report from closed session?
Yes, sir. In closed session, the board voted by majority vote pursuant to District Policy 4350 to accept the decision of the hearing officer and terminate Jeffrey Merrill from employment effective May 6, 2009, and to send notice of its decision to the employee.
Okay, we'll ask the board to join us out front for presentation.
Mr. President and members of the board, members of the public, it's my honor to give out this first service award, the Certificate of Recognition and Service Pin replica of the district's emblem are presented to Guadalupe Castro for 10 years of loyal and faithful service to the Imperial Irrigation District.
For 10 years of service, Francis Layton Sanjero in the Water Department. For 10 years of service, Jack Hittinger, Materials Technician in the Administrative Support Services Department.
If any of the recipients have your family members with you, want to have a picture taken with your co-workers or your family, please come up front when you come up.
For 10 years of service, Michael Johnston, Water Division Coordinator in the Water Department. For 15 years of service, Noemi Fregoso, Clerical Technician in the Energy Department.
Does your co-workers come up? Oh, no co-workers, come up. Come back. Come on. Susie, tú también.
No, you two. They're the three musketeers.
For 20 years of service, Gerald Bonneau Jr., Mechanic Heavy Equipment 3 in the Administrative Support Services Department. And for 30 years of service, Michael Malcolm, Electrician Journeyman in the Energy Department. Is there anyone else on the list to receive a service award and I didn't call your name? Okay, that ends our service awards.
Yeah. Okay, at this time, we'll hear public comments. Please limit your presentations to 5 minutes or less.
Cliff Hurley. At the last meeting, two of you weren't here, so I'll go over it again. And I don't know if it's been passed out. Did you pass out the Constitution? And what I want to say is listed on the Constitution that you're going to get, or my concerns. But I think you're running Imperial Irrigation District into the ground by not balancing budgets. And I think the water operation is getting run into the ground. You got so many athel trees growing up in the Brawley Main Canal, you can't believe it. They must be working on the drains and the selective weed management there, because athels are a really bad thing to be growing up on your main canals, and you've got those on the Brawley Main, fairly prolific. They use a lot of water. And so I'm dissuaded by the fiscal attitude that you have toward the district. And you may be catering to the people that says we can't afford to pay any more and all that, but you can't afford to bankrupt the district either. And I perceive that you're in the process of doing that. And there are those that would like to have the district bankrupt and to reorganize the water and energy. And so it's not offhand that some people would love to see you disrupt the district and reorganize it. Anyway, the Constitution that I have under government for the people talks about your responsibility to maintain the fiducial or the fiscal integrity of the IID. And there are quite a few of them there, but the first one is balancing the budget. But there are others that deal with finance, with treasurer, and other things, including auditing and keeping good books. And so my concern right now is that you're doing a terrible, terrible job, you and the district as a whole, but they tend to submit a balanced budget and then you just destroy it as a balanced budget. So it's my appeal that you start dealing with the fiscal integrity of the IID in a better way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurley.
Good afternoon, Ralph Strom, Farmer Holtville. Last week, I was invited to meet with Dr. Brady, the general manager, and some other farmers in Holtville. And we got to discuss the water issues and also the system improvements that have been designed, and they look good to me. But this is the second IID general manager I've gotten to meet with. I got to meet with Charlie before, and I think it looks like there's a change in the district towards meeting with the water customers and probably the power customers also. And I appreciate Dr. Brady taking the time to meet with us. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Tony Ramos. I'm a Centro resident. Mr. President, Mr. Hanks, I want to let you know that the board already approved signed the other IID trust to put at the Quinta. And out of courage, I want to let you guys know that the board know that we're going to order it. And when we get it, then we'll again talk to Mr. Lucky about putting it up at the Quinta. If that's okay with the board.
To Tony, could I ask you, can I help you with the design of the other one for La Quinta, please?
You don't want it the same?
No, I had hoped it would be more in tune with what we already have on the board. But if I can work with you, if you don't mind, I'd like to do that.
Yeah, the only thing is that since your attorney here back then said that there was a separation of church and state, and that for that reason you let the people, us.
Well, out of courtesy, I'm asking if you can.
Oh yeah,
allow
no
me in
problem.
the
But
design.
I'm
not
just
saying you can't have it.
Oh no, there's
but
no.
The design, if I could work with you.
Yeah.
on it, I appreciate it.
But that's the reason, Stella. And besides, you're the one that said to make it as big as the other board chart there, and that's why we did it.
Yeah.
But we'd be more than happy to do that. But again, I stress that we won't do anything without letting the board know.
You know, also in the courthouse, they also had "In God We Trust," but they didn't have the frame. It was just the individual letters in the wall. It looked really cool.
Well, we said that about here, but then even,
But not here in the back. For the wall, if you have individual letters, instead of putting them in a frame, that looks really nice as well. So that's why I want to work with you on the design.
Yeah, as long as you realize that it's a coordinated effort and that you're one and we're many at the same time, we don't want to overdo the board, especially you. I know where you're coming from. You push and you shove back. But yes, Mr. President, that's what happened is that when this started, you guys kind of left it up to us, and that's what we came up with. And really, there's nothing in God We Trust that's going to be better than the other one. None of them is going to outshine the other one. There's smaller frames than the other cities, that 50 cities that have taken place. But yeah, we'll talk over a root beer float or something.
Okay, or even a beer.
Even a beer, wine.
All right.
Yeah. Anyway.
Keep me in the loop, Tony.
Yeah. So thank you for hearing me out, and we'll be reporting back to you. Hopefully I can talk to you, call you, and meet with you sometime next week still.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you very much.
that's good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramos.
Good afternoon. Michael Cox of Brawley, President Hanks and board members, Dr. Brady, staff. I appear today to make comments about proposed change in the makeup of the Water Conservation Advisory Board. I'm concerned about the way it's been presented in the newspaper, and about the dilution or changing the makeup, whereas currently it is all farm representatives, farm water users being represented, and each of you have the obligation to appoint 3, or the opportunity to appoint 3 members to that board. As I look at what the duties and what I feel are the proper obligations of the Water Conservation Advisory Board, I see irrigation delivery, of ordering by the farmers, adjusting to those orders, capacity issues, whether it be carryouts or prioritizing crop usage when there's insufficient water to meet all the orders, issues dealing with the sand harrows and the hydrographers, 12-hour runs, cutouts and maintenance, weeds, algae, exotic species such as hydrilla or the quagga mussel, Colorado River and Bureau of Reclamation issues, water cards, All-American Canal, Coachella Canal. Then you have the drainage side of things, and you have wastewater limits, triple charges, flooding impacts from storms, excessive silt and TMDL issues, tile outlets, allowing water from tile drains to flow into the drains, issues about those tile outlets being snagged by maintenance equipment. You've got weeds in the drains, sloughing of the drain banks, maintenance timing, drain box and making sure that the farmers comply with the drain box ordinances. The issue of urban runoffs when we have storms in the cities and polluted water gets into the drains. And then the entire Salton Sea quagmire out there. And finally, you have conservation issues that were brought up, I think, originally by the floodings in the 1970s and 1980s, the 2 tropical storms and their impact on the Salton Sea, and the flooding issues around the sea, and the institution of triple charges to try and minimize runoff from farms. MWD 1 agreement, which had conservation issues, instituted the 12-hour run, interceptor laterals, the mid-lateral reservoirs, and pumpbacks. And now you're dealing with the San Diego County Water Authority transfer agreement, which mandates system improvements and conservation by the district, as well as on-farm conservation. The institution of a 3.1 cap under the quantification settlement agreement, the supply and demand imbalance issues, allocation to the gate, equitable distribution, and the water exchange. You have computer systems that have been designed to deal with some of these agreements, the WIS, or the Water Information System, and the Water Management System, trying to get us up to speed where farmers can access water records, order and check on orders online. And I look at the non-farm issues, I see delivery of water to the cities and to industrial users. I see trash and sediment issues in the canals, timing of cutouts, pipe accounts. You have residences, feedlots, other non-farm users that do have tie-in agreements with and supply agreements with the district, and the industrial, geothermal, solar, U.S. gypsum, maybe the landfill or the Mesquite Industrial Park. But 97% of your water that received by the IID is farm irrigation water. And of the 3% that is non-farm, I doubt that there's any one user who consumes more than 10,000 acre feet annually. Yet you probably have many farm users that use more than 10,000 acre-feet. That would only be 2,000 acres. And I think there are several farms that are more than 2,000 acres. It would seem that maybe a proper place for input from the non-farm users would be on an advisory committee for the Integrated Water Resources Plan. It seems imperative that the Water Conservation Advisory Board remain constituted as it is now, where you have farm water users appointed by the 5 board members. I see nothing to be gained by adding representatives of other consumer groups or industrial usage. And I really ask that you take this into consideration before you bring this back to this board for action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. All right, we'll move on to board comments. Director Minville, you want to lead on?
Yes, thank you, President Hanks. The only thing I want to say is that last night's ECAC meeting, and I know Mr. Jayan was there, and they talked about using the teleprompter, or not the teleprompter, that's what they talk about Obama with us.
The video conferencing.
Yeah, where they had the 2 TVs. We keep the people in La Quinta and the people down here. And
teleconference.
That seems to be a problem. And I know that I've talked to Mr. Campbell about it before, and they're saying it's going to be too costly. But the problem that I have is that with the ECAC and the new makeup and what we went through with Bonnie Garcia and the 6-point plan, and now we have 10 people from La Quinta and 10 from down here. And last night there was only 11 people that showed up. There was quite a few vacancies. And I think we're somewhat losing interest in the ECAC. And I think it's very important that we get that set up. And I know, Mr. Ajayan, you took some questions from the one gentleman from La Quinta, and he said that you said you were going to look into the cost and bring it back at the next meeting. But I think from at least my standpoint, I've been asking for this to happen, and nothing seems to happen. But I think it's very important that we get that kind of a setup. I know at one time they talked about the Brown Act. That's not the case. And I would really like to see that pursued and something done about that, because all the work that we did on a 6-point plan and everything, I think, is going down the drain.
Yeah, I passed on this information to Mr. Campbell this morning, and have asked Marion Champion to put together the processes necessary to respond to that. The next meeting with the ECAC is in 2 weeks. I don't know if we can run down the costs associated with that manufacturer's alternative that we were given at the meeting, where we were given some information about a supplier of video conferencing. Apparently is much less expensive than what we're looking at. I think in our own case, I don't want to speak for Mike, but I think there are technical challenges that have to be addressed in order to meet the needs of being a public meeting. And but as soon as we have that information, we'll bring it back to them. I think the next issue after that is we can come back and say, yes, it's going to cost X dollars to hook this up, and this is how it'll work. It'll be whether the board is satisfied with where it wants to go. And Mike has said that he's tentatively put some money in the budget for next year. You might want to jump in.
As the board remember, we invested a significant amount of money in updating this facility and updating the La Quinta boardroom with pretty expensive technology to manage, the communication, the video aspects here, and the microphone systems. The challenge that we have is it is a closed network over our fiber network, so it's just not open for. I believe the example of the opportunity was Skype's, which is an internet-based tool. Because we operate with a closed network, we just can't allow anybody into the system without going through the firewall. A lot of technical aspects to it. Part of the challenge is we were originally looking at how do we make the opportunity available for the board, because the board is really responsible for the operations of the district. ECAC leverages what we put in place for facilities, so they get the opportunity to use our facilities. So the design has been, how do we incorporate a better video capability for the board operations? in doing so, we do have an estimate that was put together, and we've included that in next year's budget because it is over $300,000. So, that is the plan at this point in time. If there's, a need or an expectation or a desire or direction to do something, on the cheap, so to speak, that will not meet the same standards that we've been using for communication, then we can certainly look into that. I don't think people will be satisfied with it. We would like for the opportunity for some of the board members to take and look at the teleconferencing that we have deployed between La Quinta and headquarter offices, and then look at some of the opportunities that exist with other vendors. The difference is pretty significant, and I wouldn't want the the board and or the ECA to be disappointed with the teleconference communications. The big thing is lag time. That many times in teleconferencing situations, there'll be anywhere from a second to a 2-second delay between the conversations, and having been involved with teleconferencing for many years in former organizations, you can end up spending at least a third of the time just waiting for the other person to talk. And so we want to make sure we put the right technology in place.
Right, and just I think to follow up on what Director Manville said is I think the ECA's expectation is that we will have an agenda item, if not the next meeting, the meeting after that, and somebody from that would come and tell us the technical issues resolved and the costs associated with, I think would be appreciated by the ECA.
All right, thank you. Thank you, President Hanks.
No comment.
Yeah. I'd like to report, I attended a water conference sponsored by the Water Education Foundation in Santa Fe. They hold this conference every 2 years, and they mostly focus on the Colorado River and the 7 basin states that get the water from Colorado River, Mexico, and they had really interesting speakers. One of them was the United States and Mexico relationships. Since the lining of the All-American Canal, there's been quite a bit of friction on the Mexican side because they feel that the water that they were pumping out is their water. Well, it's not their water, it's California's water, but apparently we have the feds up in D.C. and the Mexican government, they're working together on some kind of resolution. It was good to see that. Also, there was talk about, one of the sessions was energy and water. We're talking about renewables, different types of geothermal, green energy. Well, they consume water, so you have to have a balance, and you need, when you talk about renewable energy and energy, there's a water component as well. So that was really interesting, the dynamics of that. And Mike Connor, who is now the new commissioner for the Bureau of Reclamation, was a speaker Thursday evening, gave a very good talk. He spoke about the IID as well. So overall, it was a very informative meeting. They hold this meeting at Bishop's Lodge, where they worked out the 1922 Water Compact, where the 7 states divided the water. Arizona walked away. They didn't want to have a part in the compact. And then they signed this compact at the Governor's Palace, which is downtown in Santa Fe, and it's a really nice first-class museum. So it was very interesting. John Carter was there in attendance as well, and so was Director Hanks. Tina Shields and Mike King were also there, so the IID was well represented. David Osias was also there. So all in all, it was a good event, good to tell the side of the IID. They look at us as the water SARS. We have the most water from all the 7 states, but as we tell them, we use it efficiently. And so it was a good conference.
No comment.
I'd just like to add a couple of comments about the Colorado River Symposium. Sometimes it was hard to sit still and keep your mouth shut whenever they were referring to you as agricultural sponges, but we survived through that. It was as far as I was concerned, the main focus was augmentation of the system, and it primarily dealt with desalination projects coming up from Mexico, with the exchange of water storage And I think just from a preliminary high point view, I think there's some great opportunities for the IID to get on board and recapture some of the storage opportunities that seem to have bypassed us over the years, and also profit from any type of exchange. From a historical standpoint, it was very interesting to see the history of the river and the calculations that were performed as far as the allocations, and some of the numbers were off a little bit, but and we're presently dealing with those. But in the future, the main point I'd like to get across is going to be a need to cooperate with the International Boundary Group. We're going to have to be on board because the focus may not necessarily be to take our water, but with any type of augmentation, they will be looking at exchange of water. And any way you look at it, they're going to have their eyes on the IID. I'd just like to make one comment about the ECAC members with the teleconferencing. Sometimes technology can be great, but personally I feel like if the members have excessive absence, then we ought to look at removing them and replace them. Dr. Brady, you have any comments?
Yes, sir. Just a few. For the board's information, Sudeen Kelly, Commissioner Kelly with the FERC, has elected not to be reappointed by President Obama, and that's important to us because she's been a great supporter of us in our transmission discussions back there. So we'll be following that very carefully to see who she is replaced with. Secondly, last Friday, Governor Schwarzenegger did declare a state of emergency in relationship to the September 5th storm we had in the Imperial Valley. You'll recall our board, as well as the county, had produced similar resolutions, and this state document now will allow for some reimbursement by the state for IID and others' expenses. So we'll be working on that. As Mr. Strom mentioned, I've been having breakfast and dinner meetings with groups of farmers in different parts of our service territory. I plan on continuing that. It's been very helpful to me, and hopefully to the farmers as well, on discussing current issues. And then lastly, Mr. President, I'd like to pull item 24 for consideration at a future meeting, and this is the Memorandum of Understanding geothermal facility having to do with SCAPA. We've discovered a couple of clauses we want to tweak, and we're discussing it with SCAPA. Expect to bring that back to you shortly.
Okay, thank you. That's item 24?
24.
Mr. Garber?
No comments, sir.
Okay, we'll move on to the information agenda. Governance, number 1, presentation by Coachella Valley Economic Partnership representative.
Thank you, sir. My name is Wes Algren. I represent the Coachella Valley Economic Partnership. And again, I wanted to thank the board and the staff for their support of our efforts over the last several months as some of the things I'm going to talk about. It's kind of what we're going to talk a little bit about today. I'm just going to take a few minutes of your time. One of the big things was late in 2008, the leaders of Coachella Valley, that includes the utilities, IID specifically, got together and said, we need to have a regional economic development strategy for the valley. The problems are obvious. Everyone reads the newspaper. We know what's going on, and it really comes down to jobs. So what was our strategy going to be for the Coachella Valley as a region? And it also bleeds over into the Imperial Valley, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a few minutes. The strategy came out in Economic Blueprint. It's really a 5-year strategy looking forward, bringing partners together. And the key here is it's a regional strategy, getting everyone working together. As you recall, CVEP's a 501c. It's a nonprofit. It's the 9 cities of the Coachella Valley plus the county, about 130 private members, the utilities, the county, the tribe, those sorts of folks are all involved. So it's a true public-private partnership. We put together a steering committee to address these regional economic issues, and you can see who the chairs were. Former Supervisor Wilson was a lead member there. And again, everybody had a place at the table, including IID, and I want to thank you for your engaged participation in that, because your staff was just fully involved in this whole process along the way. And we're nearing the end of the process. Why regional? Just like in the Imperial Valley and the Coachella Valley, we had individual cities that were addressing issues that should have been addressed regionally. Together, we have a more powerful voice. Here's the process that we started out back in, they got together in late December, January. We started this around March, and they started with a competitive assessment and kind of worked through this process. And we're sort of down here at the end now, the implementation plan, the how we're going to do this. The deliverables along the way included these documents here, sort of a bunch of assessments of the Coachella Valley and what we had and what we could do. We're at now the stage where we have the implementation plan. We've received that from these consultants, the national level consultants. They came in, they gave us the implementation plan, talks about how we're going to do it. Things like organization, structure, staffing, approaches, goal areas, and then ultimately the deliverable is going to be jobs. Valley demographics, you've probably seen these before, but we're growing. Just like Imperial, we're growing significantly in both population and in industry and other areas. Per capita income for our region is significantly lower than other regions, including Riverside and nationally. Education. This is sort of gets to why we're doing this. We have an educational component. 61% of our students in the Coachella Valley qualify for the free or reduced lunch program. There's a 13% dropout rate. And that equates to some national numbers that for every student that drops out, there's a $260,000 lifetime cost to the community for that dropout. So there's a reason to address education as part of our components. What we've done, we have 2 existing programs. Our career pathways that we started 4 years ago identifies kids in 9th grade, puts them in career academies. We've just started an advanced tech academy, which is going to focus on renewable energy sources. And then our Pathways to Success, which just started this year. You may have seen some press on it, where we gave about $1.4 million, $1.5 million in scholarships, hopefully to those kids that were in those career academies. So we got them in the 4 years of high school. Now they go to college, and we get them focused in areas that they're going to come back to the Coachella Valley. They're going to have meaningful jobs, sustainable jobs, higher wage-paying jobs. And there's sort of the pathway that we have. The numbers, we've got a whole bunch of great numbers. You know, we've impacted 2,000 Valley youths. We're going to increase the career academies. We've just got a great educational component effort going on in the Coachella Valley, again, with IID support. Our Direct Scholarships Awards, these are the awards we just gave out a few months ago. And what we have is access to $1 million a year commitment for 10 years from an outside source, College Access Foundation. Locally, we've matched that with $509,000 this year with 13 matching partners. So about $1.4 million, $1.5 million in applications. Our first year, this is our first year, we had over 1,000 applications, and we gave 263 awards out. So it's fairly significant. And we made the cover of the newspaper. It was pretty good. IID, again, was represented there and actually spoke at this. Moving forward, we have the blueprint that we're moving forward with. We have 4 target business areas: healthcare and life sciences, logistics, supply chain, clean tech, green tech, and creative arts and design. All sort of no-brainers. It's something that everyone agrees, a consensus agreement on, that these are the areas that we should focus on. Healthcare and life sciences, clean and green tech, just like Imperial, we've all got access to wind, solar, geothermal, and others. Logistics and supply chain, with the rail and the I-10 going through there, it's just, it makes sense. Creative arts and design, we have a historical connection with Hollywood and with the film industry, and we just want to expand on that. The priority goals that the blueprint identified were regionalism, economic diversification, workforce excellence, and quality of place. These are the 4 major goal areas that we're going to focus on over the next several years. Regionalism is just better linking Coachella Valley to the Imperial Valley, to the Western Riverside, to other areas, and working together in these shared goals. Economic diversification, just what it is. We want to diversify economy from agriculture and from hospitality to other industries in those 4 target clusters that I talked about. Workforce excellence. We're already attempting some of this with our education plan. I talked about that career pathways and identifying those kids and getting them in college and all that. We want to beef that up a little bit with paid internships, with mentorships, and expand those programs, and again, work with the school districts to make that happen. And then quality of place. We want to make the Coachella Valley and our region a quality place to live. We have some historical successes on collaboration on this. I won't go too much into it. Here's an example. Down in Collier County, they embarked on a similar type program several years ago, and they attracted over $1 billion in capital, added 19,000 jobs in their target sectors, similar to what we have, and those jobs pay 30% higher. So those healthcare jobs historically pay higher than a hospitality job. Again, we're in the 8-month process. We're at the end here, and we're going to roll this out in October at our annual summit. In addition to the blueprint, we've also have our regular day-to-day stuff that we do as economic development, a regional economic development organization. We've addressed staffing organization, just like businesses out there and just like IID. We've looked at our staffing and we've looked at ways to save money, whether it's renegotiating the phone bill. We're looking at our staffing, look at our organization. We're using technology more to partner with our investors better. We're creating a renewable energy roundtable, of which a lot of folks from Imperial are coming up for. We're talking about that. How do we address those challenges as a region? We're working with site selectors. We've got a lot of activity now with distribution centers and other large power users. And again, IID's at the table for all those discussions. Our educational efforts, our annual summit, which is coming up, and I'll talk about that in just a minute. And then luncheons and events, we're trying to attract state and national level speakers to come down and talk to us and tell us what's going on at those levels. And in preparation for that, we have formalized partnerships for grant and stimulus funding. The next steps for CVEP, we're looking at finalizing these strategies, rolling out this implementation plan, and looking at the resources, investment levels, those sorts of things. And we're going to roll this all out October 23rd at our annual summit up in Indian Wells. And this is the thing we have every year. And this year we're going to focus on the blueprint for the future. It's called The Road Ahead. And that's all I have. If there's any questions or comments, I'd be happy to address them.
Any comments from the board?
No. Thank you for the information.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And on behalf of the board and the chairs of CVEP, again, thank you for your engaged participation. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to water issues.
Tina
Shields.
Mike King is out of town at a mediation today, so I'm going to cover some of his topics. As far as water matters, I was just going to touch real quickly on the Bureau's forecast for today because the agenda is quite extensive and covers, I think, many of the issues you'll be interested in. The Bureau's website posting today, and we can cover this a little bit in the later agenda item regarding the SDI termination, has IID's underrun forecasted at over 195,000 acre feet. I would anticipate we'll see that hit 200,000 before the year's over. So unless there's any questions, we can move on to the next agenda item. Next, I would like to introduce to you Matt Zadar from GEI. This is the company that has been hired to work on the Integrated Water Resources Master Plan, Management Plan for IID. These documents can all be found. We've put some in the back copies, but the actual document itself, you have to kill about 10 trees to print out. So we'll be working on getting hard copies for the board members, but the draft versions are posted on the website. They don't have the draft watermarks on them yet, so we'll be reposting them as soon as they're available. As well, we have the executive summary back here. I noticed there's a little typo on the cover that says plant instead of plan, but it is the draft executive summary for the IWRMP. I'm going to go ahead and let Matt make his presentation going through this, and then we can answer any questions if you have some.
It's good to be back in front of you. Thanks for having me. I'm going to cover a bunch of things and probably move through some of the stuff that you all have seen pretty quickly, but I know there's probably members of the audience that haven't been up to speed on all of this, so copies of the presentation are in the back and will be posted on the web page. What we've been engaged in is planning, which is the art and science of deciding what to do. And actually, we produce the plan and the whole smorgasbord of actions and activities under that leave no stone unturned mentality. And now you guys have to exercise the art and the science part of it, of making the decision on what from these areas that we've studied are you really going to implement and decide what to do. So today I want to cover an overview of what's in the plan. Just quickly, for those that haven't seen it, discuss the planning process that the board and staff have been engaged in, and the framework for decisions up to this point, cover the alternatives in the big three areas, demand management, capital projects, and policy, and summarize our findings, conclusions, and recommendations. And really pretty much these summarize what we felt was an appropriate and correct course of action based on the facts and evidence that we saw in terms of the findings and conclusions, and then make some recommendations for you all to consider on what to do from this point on. What motivated this was the IID strategic plan that said to develop an integrated water resource plan by the end of 2009 and adopt recommendation outlined in the plan in that first quarter of 2010 and implement those actions. So we're on schedule in terms of helping you out meet your strategic plan goals. Water obviously drives economic development, and there have been conflicts over water and how to make decisions and apportion water, develop new supplies. We're certainly seeing some increase in the municipal, commercial, and industrial market. You'll see MCI used through the presentation. That's what that stands for. And I think both IID and the land use agencies and industries looking for some certainty in that supply. Now, what's in the plan is what has been worked on over the last 9 months. The purpose and need for the plan is outlined, the goals and the objectives, the goals being the big, broad statement of intent and purpose, the objectives being more measurable mechanical things. The background and the plan overview describing the framework that we use to develop it, planning horizon, things like that. A relatively short physical setting that explains the regional water resources and the baseline conditions. This idea of a proposed regional boundary, and I'll clarify what this is about. This is the difference between this IID plan and the potential for to follow up on the gentleman from Coachella, a regional water management plan that would more broadly cover the rest of large portions of Imperial County, and would be a plan intended to meet the state's requirements to qualify for bond funds and to resolve the kind of conflicts that have been identified. Chapter 6 reviews the water management strategies. The Department of Water Resources, through the State Water Project, recommends locals that are developing integrated plans consider these 26 strategies, and we'll clear those up in a little bit here. It outlines the, the demand management elements and alternatives, capital facilities alternatives, the policies that the board and staff looked at, funding alternatives which might help to get additional feasibility study done or projects actually implemented and constructed. This concept of developing the Imperial integrated regional water management plan, and we'll split these hairs as we go along, and then outlines next steps to implement things. And again, the hard work, I think, really starts here for the board and the community is to decide which of these actions should be prioritized and funded. And where we've been, in the 14th, we got together with the board and reviewed the front-end pieces of this document, the goals and the objectives, and had presented what came out of that scoping report, saying what are these strategies really going to be applied here, and where are we going to develop projects or policies or programs to be implemented. And we made preliminary findings and conclusions at that time to help shape the next parts of the analysis. We talked about what was the difference between the IID plan and this integrated regional plan. And really the difference is the board's clear direction to say, we want to know what our options are so we can demonstrate leadership and solving the kind of problems that we've been facing in the last couple of years, and see what we can do acting independently on our own to do what we do as a water agency. And I think that's a very laudable goal. but also knowing that there's opportunities out there to bring more people into the process and maybe expand the potential for this plan, they said, well, let's keep our options open and get into this state process, and directed us to do additional work and develop what was called this regional acceptance process document and submit it to DWR for consideration of this region. DWR has since accepted the region and said, you fit in the criteria that we have under the legislative mandates, and you would be a great place to develop an IRWMP. And that qualifies you both for planning grant money to turn maybe this existing plan into an IRWMP or do environmental work on it or whatever's necessary in those next steps. And once you have an IRWMP, then you qualify for the big regional funding. In June, we came back with the planning framework and established a planning horizon, talked a lot about the baseline conditions, not just the physical infrastructure that's the baseline, but the policy infrastructure. We had finished with the review of the historical and future forecasted demand and a description of the existing supplies that make up your water portfolio, and talked about underruns, overruns, and the importance of groundwater banking and opportunities and yields that could come from the concept of groundwater banking. And again, I'll explain that in a bit more detail. When we reviewed capital project concepts that came out of that initial review of those water management strategies. Coming back with a board workshop with Director Hanks in Menville, we looked at power plant cooling best management practices. And again, this was work that the board authorized out of the original scope that was intended to say, hey, what are the economics of best management practices for water, for power and geothermal plants? What are the economics of that situation? And authorized a study with a firm that became our sub called IEC. We discussed in much more detail than the capital facilities alternatives and set some preliminary priorities, and reviewed also this idea of ranking and screening criteria to say, well, let's not just do things based on cost. What about other things like improvements to water quality, public acceptance, which is the ease of permitting? And we kind of have gone through 2 levels of screening and ranking. We'll go through those in a bit. And we really dove in at this point to the policy alternatives and concepts and studied 5 examples, basically, that we put together to facilitate the dialogue and say who likes what, who hates what, what's left on the table, and basically like cooking spaghetti, throwing it up on the wall and see what sticks. Is it done? And some things came out of that we'll talk about when we really get into the policy options. The board goal that was brought forth back in April was to provide a strategic roadmap for the IID plan and define a portfolio of water projects, demand management measures, and policies, and intended to provide a reliable supply for municipal, commercial, and industrial over this 37-year period. So we're not talking about a 6-month or 1-year course of action. We're trying to say what's the long-term vision for the water resources here through 2047. And obviously, we can't really go too far without garnering local consensus for that course of action. And part of that is really anticipating what are the conflicts not being just experienced today, but what could be coming up in the future that could constrain your ability to make best use of your available supplies. This is where this idea of the water portfolio really came from, where we have capital facilities, demand management measures, and policy alternatives, and different elements that or alternatives within each one of these that then can be combined into a preferred alternative that could involve some combination of capital projects, demand management measures, and policy, and would lay out, here's what has to happen over the next 1 year, 5 years, et cetera. So it's a long-term view of things. The objectives that we went into this with were to prevent impacts to existing agricultural users of district water and protect IID's water rights. Obviously, you've seen people look at you, they think you're a wealth of water, and you have to do what you can to protect yourselves. The objective was also to define cost-effective projects and equitable cost-sharing agreements. And I think that's where the hard work and some of the heavy lifting happens now, is what really will be cost-effective given the nature of the community here, and what will be that equitable way of sharing costs to create new water supplies or do a better job of managing the ones that we have. And identifying the third objective, identifying projects consistent with existing agreements so we don't get hung up on legal issues there. The fourth is recognize and resolve potential conflicts, obviously tied right in with the goals, and promote economic development consistent with IID's policies, standards, and guidelines for new consumptive uses of water. Some of these new policies, standards, and guidelines were what was expected to come out of this to give people certainty both in terms of process and what it would take to actually get water to do economic development. You never do things in a vacuum, and all plans stand on the backs of the plans that came before. So we tried to recognize all of those things that needed to be factored into the baseline conditions in the IID plan, including anything from the QSA, the definite plan, the HCP, the equitable distribution plan, and this interim water supply policy. The board, experiencing a lot of pressure to actually get some water to these projects, to bring some industry into the community, had said to staff, let's get this interim water supply plan together. So that's getting folded into the IID plan. In terms of the land use plans and urban water management plans that are out there, obviously the general plans say where growth is going to happen and where land use is going to be going, and where you have a basis for then forecasting your future water demands. So that all gets factored in the IID plan. Any of the other existing plans, the salt and sea restoration program, things on the Colorado River, those get factored in. And ultimately, if the board and county, everybody really hits the gas in this IRWMP, then the next evolution of what you have before you, you have a great foundation and a place to start from to morph this into something more broadly inclusive. So when do all these water supplies get built? That's obviously key in planning, is to say what happens in the immediate term. And for us, that was in 2010. In the near term, which would be the next 5 years through 2015, the midterm, the next 5 years after that through 2020, and in the long term after 2020. I'll talk about how we got to this 100K number. That was a number that we set as a planning goal to say, let's define 100,000 acre feet of water, of either new water or how we'll manage existing waters, but we know that we have to accommodate at least 100,000 acre feet for changing economics and industry and things like this. So we have this interim water supply plan that'll deal with things quickly. Then we can kick in and according to the strategic plan, start implementing the IID plan, which would create a certain block of water. And then there's other potentials, and this is just a concept diagram. These numbers don't say exactly what's going to happen. Other potentials that may arise out of this integrated regional plan. So that was kind of planning framework and how we said, okay, we got about 100,000 acre foot project or problem. We're going to solve it over the next 47 years. So we started doing that by saying, what are those strategies? We ran those through a screening criteria and carried some of those forwards as a basis of configuring project and policy alternatives and running them through additional screening with the board, input on that screening criteria and what projects have to happen. And that's what ends up in the IID plan. And if there are any questions, you guys can just drop them out there now, and I can answer those, or we'll just keep rolling. That project scoping report, we'll say the public questions at the end, or we'll get really distracted. The scoping report was put out in April, and again, it described all those strategies, how they're currently being applied in IID, what are the opportunities or constraints for using some of the things that are found to be successful in other parts of the state, the relationship between the strategies, and again, those preliminary findings that were then, we decided what we were going to do to integrate the different strategies. And in terms of water supply augmentation, the things that came out on top were groundwater banking, this idea of developing groundwater, local groundwater, desal of drain water, and possibly regional desal, like what's going on with the Yuma desalter or other projects, Navagua, or these public-private partnership things, or what's going on with the International Boundary Waters Commission, or the C2C project that Director Hanks has been tracking on. The idea of water transfers from the Colorado River or California, bringing additional water in, or what can we do with demand management, and what were those strategies that would be better dealt with through the integrated regional plan, because it would involve more partnering and working with other authorities like the land use agencies, Imperial County and the Imperial Cities. Some of the things that didn't carry forward maybe, I mean, they just had, some of them have no relevance here, but they are more relevant in other parts of California. So we decided what we were going to set aside, surface storage being one, because you just really do not have conducive sites that could be developed in the near term and didn't have issues environmentally and permit-wise. And groundwater banking is a much more viable and better option. So we said, okay, looking at the historical demands, looking at the forecasting future demands, how big is this problem that we're dealing with? And we've said it's about that 100,000 acre foot problem. In terms of the MCI demands that we have now, we're at about 100,000 acre feet, projected to grow out to 2047 to about 200,000. We said, well, geez, we need about 50,000 acre feet, probably by 2020 or 2025. Another 25,000 out into the future, and we set a 25,000 contingency because you just don't know with these things, and you could be facing a lot more economic growth than you suspect. So then once we looked at demand, we said, well, what supplies are available? How are they constrained? And historically, you've had a lot of water, now capped at the 3.1 million acre feet. And of that 3.1 that came in, about 1 million acre feet would flow to the Salton Sea historically. We know that through the QSA and the metropolitan agreements, there's been canal linings, there's been systems improvements that are spec'd now, on-farm conservation, that the amount of water that will be transferred will go up over time as the money comes in to fund those systems improvements and reduce agricultural water use. The important thing, while maintaining the same level of agricultural production, we see that's one of the conditions, and you'll end up having 2.6, 2.7 million acre feet to manage. You also have this mitigation water that goes to the Salton Sea up through 2018, and that water comes from fallowing and other extraordinary conservation measures. You have the environmental mitigation water for the wetlands that are being created because of the impacts of the drain, and you have this growing M&I supply. So all of this transfers and things also mean the amount of water flowing to the Salton Sea is going down, and that provides you with some technical challenges and institutional challenges as well. So that's kind of the portfolio and what's happening for you under baseline conditions. Now you say, well, what can we do to do a better job of either expanding the portfolio or managing it to meet this 100,000 acre foot goal? And one is to make best use of what you currently have, and that's by capturing your underruns. You heard this year that it probably hit 200,000 acre feet, and we'll talk about the importance of capturing that. The other thing you can do is expand the size of your portfolio or prevent water from leaving the portfolio or apportioning water within that portfolio. Now, the idea of underruns, it says, okay, we've got a lot of water going out of here. We still got the ag supplies, but we know that due to hydrology and climate condition and crop markets that IIDs demand primarily from agriculture, the orders will vary, and there's times when you are diverting less than your full entitlement. That's an opportunity to bank water. There are times when you're going over. The bummer about the underruns is that those waters can get picked up by junior users to the Colorado River, mostly the Met, and you don't get them back. There's no carryover minutes there, is the way my secretary explained it to me so wisely. I'm like, God, how do you really get this across? Oh, no carryover minutes. Oh. But the problem with overruns is you got to pay those back over the course of time. So if you overrun, you got to make up, and part of that is to try to cap those overruns so you don't have to have as big of a payback. That's also a very important part of really making a groundwater bank work, is capping the overruns so your paybacks aren't as high so that you can make best use of these underruns. And you know you've had them. In the last couple of years, starting 2003, you've had 3 years of overruns, not real big, and 3 big years of underruns of the tune of, 350,000 acre feet, and you're going to have a 200,000 acre feet underrun this year. And unless you can store it somewhere, it's gone. It's not available to use. That certainly prioritizes the need to do some groundwater banking if surface water storage is not really an option for you all. So that's a pretty complicated concept that comes around with the new requirements on the Colorado River and the situations through the QSA. So to expand the size of the portfolio, what can you do? Hey, we can transfer more water in. But that got put aside as a near-term proposition and put out there as a long-term opportunity because you're competing with very high price points here and deep pockets, mostly the big urban users, Nevada, Southern California. And we've seen some pretty high prices both in California. There was just a recent sale that went for $5,500 an acre foot of State Water Project water to Mojave. And I think the highest one that we've heard about in the Colorado River is for a long-term transfer of like $15,000 to $20,000. So those are rather intimidating numbers. And groundwater development. There is a lot of groundwater in the East Mesa. We looked over on the west side. We didn't see opportunities over there. There's a lot of water in storage in the East Mesa. Problem is it's got salts in it. So you can blend it or you can desalt it. But that's how you move that 100,000 up and move that line up to 3.2 and expand the portfolio. Otherwise, you can keep water from leaving the portfolio. You see a lot of water still going to the Salton Sea, and you ask yourself, geez, can we conserve more water or can we recapture this and reuse it? And again, it has the same problem with the groundwater is it's salty. So you would need to capture drain water and run it through a desal process. Or currently, your wastewater is going down the river into the Salton Sea. The opportunities for recycled water is how to meet that 100,000 acre foot of future demand that we anticipate. And then, of course, the one that causes probably the most political consternation and gnashing of teeth is this idea of apportioning water within the portfolio between existing and historical uses and new uses. But it is certainly a way of managing your water supply, and you're obliged to look at it in context of everything else that's going on. So when we did all of this, we configured a lot more capital projects than we had anticipated. The good news is you've got a lot of opportunities to do things with this water in the ground and going down the drains. And we looked at a dedicated groundwater bank. Actually, the John Eckhart and the Definite Plan team have been thinking about this a while, haven't been around more than me. We looked at 14 groundwater desal projects, both with and without groundwater banking, and 3 drain water recovery. There's a lot more options here than the 3, but it was really to try to get everything where we could compare it at an equal level of reconnaissance and feasibility, where we had costs and conceptual designs where you could get some costs so you could feel good about doing it comparison at a $1 per acre foot basis. 2 groundwater blending projects. These came up late in the game. Again, give credit where credit is due. Director Hanks said, hey, let's just look and say, what could we do if we just pumped it? And how much could we get if we just pumped some of that groundwater and mixed it in with the existing supplies? I mean, what would be the impacts of water quality? So we went off and huddled on that one and looked at a couple of alternatives there. And again, we said we'd look at what IID could do independently, but because recycled water is a viable option, but because these are owned and operated by cities, we aren't including these in the plan right now, but we did come up with the price points of, well, what would it take to do a couple of different variations on recycling water at the existing plants, so you could at least compare and provide the community and the board with some numbers that are comparing apples to apples. Excuse me. So the geothermals, we said, well, what's our basis for design? We looked at where are the demands in terms of the big users, current or new, and we looked at the KGRAs, the geothermal resource areas, and said, okay, what can we do to put plants in there, and then who would we serve maybe besides these plants? Can we dump water into the canals after we desalt it instead of delivering it and save the costs of distribution? Could we use it for M&I supplies if it's desal and provide a new source of supply that wouldn't be subject, say, to catastrophic interruption? The Coachella Valley opportunities are along the Coachella Canal. There's storage in the groundwater basin up north. There's alluvial fans where you could perk water. So there are opportunities along the canal where you could bank water without the degradation in water quality that you would get if you bank it in the East Mesa, because these soils and the nature of the water here is that it's a little more salty. We looked at the recycled water the plants at existing cities, Brawley, Imperial, El Centro, and Calexico, and said, what would it cost to add additional treatment trains? What do we do for distribution? And this idea of East Mesa, blending, either pumping and putting it directly in the canal or combining a pumping and blending opportunity with a recharge opportunity and putting recharge facilities in closer to home. Problem with that is, again, the water would pick up some salts. If you put Colorado River water in from either source, it's going to blend with the ambient groundwater. Over time, it would get better, but you initially would have problems with salts. So when we had a handout here that listed what were the results of this preliminary review that we did in August and eliminated anything with a price point higher than, $600 an acre foot. And we looked at a bunch of small projects and said, geez, if we put little plants in the geothermal resource areas and said those were going to be for power cooling purposes, well, would that work? And really, there's just not good economies of scale or cost effectiveness from smaller plants. We talked about the groundwater bank. We said, hey, anything that's going to capture our underruns is really got to have a priority in terms of the look. And then this idea of partnering, saying, well, we want to see what we can do on our own without burdening everybody else. Let's look at that first and save those things like recycled water to when we get to the IRWMP. But bring back to us what it is that IID can do. In that same meeting, we said, okay, that was a quick screen. Now let's get some input on some more detailed criteria. And the board members gave us feedback on a list of criteria that we had put together, adapting it from other places where I've used similar criteria, that we ranked in terms of the consistency of with the IID objectives, implementability, being permitting, public acceptance, funding from other sources, environmental effects, which certainly influences permitting, uncertainty and risk. The board gave us their relative ranking on 1 to 5 of all of these standards and performance criteria that we put together, and then we averaged them, and then when we went off and ranked the projects with their input. So you'll see that we have a ranked project here. These are the ones that the capital project that survived that first screening that we talked about. That's why you don't see the recycling on here. It shows the capital cost, the equivalent annual cost, the unit cost of water, which everybody zooms right in on right away. The yield for the size of the project that we planned, and then the project ranking. And right now, this is sorted by the project ranking and not by price. And the weighting criteria clearly says groundwater banking, either Coachella or I think these get preference, the blending one with or without recharge and percolation ponds, because that criteria was weighted as so important. Let's make sure we use every drop of what is ours and keep other people from being able to take our water. The blending alternatives are cheaper. Some of the desals got ranked high because they're probably easier to permit, but there are some options there. But again, you're talking some higher price points than the Valley is used to seeing. I think these are realistic prices, but they certainly are scary prices. And then you say, well, what can we do without having to spend this kind of money, which we'll talk about in a moment here. But the project costs really varied a lot as a function, of the distribution infrastructure. We did set up some of it so that, geez, you could purvey water to M&I or distribute wastewater to other points of use, like taking it back to cities if you had a centralized treatment plant. And we looked at the local, if you qualify for bond funding, you bring it in and it's money without payback. It's not low interest loans, it's bond funding. So your price points would obviously drop if you can bring in, 18 million of this $36 million. And I think that's probably a realistic goal, to think that there's only a small number of regions down here within this lower Colorado River hydrologic unit that'll be competing for some of this money. And it's a good prospect for y'all. There's a lot of uncertainties, though, at this level of reconnaissance analysis in terms of what can we do to get these underruns and overruns and future hydrology crop markets. And so you got to make assumptions for all of these, which we did and documented. The river and drain flows and the groundwater quality are some unknowns. Exactly what we can do in terms of funding and financing, in terms of apportioning costs and the ability and willingness to pay the people that would need this water, and what their price points are. We've got a lot of work to do with land easements and rights of way if any of these do rise to the top. And then there's certainly issues with desal or recycling in terms of what the effects could be for the loss of flows to Salton Sea. And environmental compliance is always a curveball that comes right at your head. In terms of recommendations, we did recommend that you take a better look out there in East Mesa and certainly keep going with the feasibility study of your opportunities in Coachella. There's a real absence of good contemporary data or even good historical data out there in East Mesa. We spent a lot of time and energy trying to sleuth out every data point we could, and that's documented in a big fat groundwater feasibility and reconnaissance analysis that is one of the appendices of this monstrous report. Move forward with looking at the feasibility and getting to project level, well, at least preliminary designs for Coachella and potentially this East Mesa blending, since it does look like a low cost opportunity. But again, you have to think of what are the consequences of adding TDS and what are the grower acceptance of that, how much additional TDS could you add? And we did a small study of what it would look like to blend different water quality, different groundwater qualities with existing flows in the All-American Canal to say how much would TDS go up if we put in 35 CFS or 70 CFS, and I've got some of that data here today. I would recommend reviewing and recycling water opportunities via the regional planning process, and there is some of that going on now with the different communities. And I would regard desal as a mid to long-term proposition. And again, as people start looking to the valley, as has happened in the past, they see that amount of water going into the Salton Sea and say, geez, that stuff's recoverable. For example, the Met a few years ago let out a request for proposal saying, hey, anybody want to come to us, we'll subsidize any desal project for $250 an acre foot. And that was coastal. They were looking at seawater. We're looking at brackish water, which is definitely cheaper. But you saw it's still, not a bargain basement price at $350 to $500 and above. So then we said, well, geez, are there places where you could save water, conserve additional water, and move that to new uses if they were willing to pay for the conservation? Or under the category of demand management is fallowing. I don't consider that conservation, but it certainly is a demand management measure. What we found was that those projects that were part of the not built program for the definite plan, the one that John and the folks have been working on, they sleuthed out with a bit of the help from Neil Allen, one of our crew, this 10,400 acre feet of water at about $500 because they had a price point that says we're not going to go above that. So that's real water at a price point. Again, we're in that same range of the $500. If you look at additional systems conservation that they did, and we kind of did a peer review of all of that stuff and said there's water out there, but geez, the prices are extremely high, and you guys are picking the ripe fruit very well already. Any additional on-farm conservation above what's already anticipated is going to be in those higher price points as well. There's water out there, but as you look at what's going on with the definite plan, any additional on-farm conservation, beyond what's already anticipated has a lot of uncertainty, and I think you need to take an adaptive management look at the program as you do get implemented. You see what's working, what's not, then maybe in that mid to long term after 2015, you see, are there still other opportunities to conserve additional water? But you're so committed to so many things at this point that we didn't see a whole lot of cheap opportunities to do additional conservation. And we did look at this under the leave no stone unturned, the idea of in-valley fallowing. I mean, that's drastic to take the land out of production. We know there's a lot of political, economic, and environmental constraints associated with that. Your current program is about $85 an acre foot. If you look at what could be the most expensive for Western farmlands under kind of a worst-case scenario on some of the numbers that IID provided, it could be as high as $400 an acre foot on Western farmlands because you still have to retire the bonds and make all those payments. And if you're getting the lease revenues, you're into some higher price points there. You've been pretty successful with the fallowing program, saving water on this axis, 100,000 acre feet in 2006, 2007, by fallowing about 18,000 acres or so. So you have a history with this program, but again, this program was part of the mitigation, providing mitigation water and early term QSA water, and not for in-valley uses. You obviously have prohibited any other additional fallowing for out-of-valley uses, but we didn't find any policies that would preclude you from considering this as an opportunity for internal allocation or apportionment. And what that system looks like, that's what we'll talk about when we get into the policies a little bit more. One of the constraints is the commitments that you do have showing the fallowing for the Salton Sea rising between now and 2017 where it falls off. And the near-term fallowing for the transfer is you ramp up your system's efficiency and your on-farm measures. Between 2013 and 2018, you need 150,000 acre-feet of water per year through fallowing right now when you need water for internal uses. But you've been successful so far with your program. But that 150,000 is a constraint. That looks like depending on the acre foot per acre assignments you make to the land. That's 5 to 10% of the land in IID that's going to be needed to meet those current commitments. So, as I mentioned, no current in-valley prohibitions, but the board strongly communicated that nobody's ever going to look on their watch at anything for external fallowing. So all we're talking about here is a change in place or type of use of water within your current footprint and family.
Yeah, you need to note that that's 150,000 acre feet each year.
Correct. Annually. So we looked at urban, industrial, and the ag conservation. I told you what the ag conservation stuff came out as. We looked at all the urban water management plans. They're due to be updated every 5 years. So in 2010, any of the cities with 3,000 service connections or above have to update their plan. We looked at historical uses and said, you could save maybe 8,000 acre feet by doing everything that's supposed to be in an urban water management plan. But that would certainly impact quality of life and things and your existing rate base. So it's not a lot of water. We said, yes, you have to do everything you can to show that you're reasonably and beneficially using that water and promoting conservation, but that's the city's jobs. And we looked at, well, what could you save over future uses if you really were doing everything that you're supposed to for demand management? And we saw that there's possibility of saving 10 to 20,000 acre feet. But again, that's kind of unknown and uncertain, and it's not something easily apportionable. But this did lead to a big discussion on how do you deal with land use conversions that would use less water than a historical use for ag. So we'll talk about that in a minute. But I think IID, working with the cities, encouraging development of standard MCI use categories. Everybody accounts for things differently. It would make everybody's job a lot easier if we could kind of standardize how we keep score. Tiered rate structures are certainly one way that have been proven all over the state to result in conservation through all users. And to encourage the cities to really implement the demand management measures, and not to hammer the cities, but as we looked at the implementation of demand management measures and best management practices, there's been a lot less going on down here than there have been in a lot of the other places that we have worked. So, and again, you have communities here that are disadvantaged, and there's a lot of pulls on the available dollars for those cities and citizens. But there has not been as much progress in implementing urban water management actions as in some other communities. That goes with the I'm trying to make sure I aggravate everybody equally mode of business. And facilitating urban water conservation, we really did say, what should IID's role be? I would engage you, I would say in the IRWMP, it would be good to talk about maybe a regional urban water management plan. I know there was one down here at one point in time. If you get everybody to work together, it might be cost effective to develop a singular plan, but also then use that as an opportunity to create awareness and understanding of how you're constrained in your supplies and what are your opportunities in the future. Their urban water management plans are a really key document for them to make findings and determinations in land use decisions. according to state law. And it gets kind of complicated to explain all that, but those documents need your review as an agency to make sure they reflect the current realities under the QSA and all of the current conditions. And right now, they don't reflect those realities. And I think that creates some of the confusion and points of conflict. They really don't understand, to the degree they need to, how your water supply works. There's been a lot of changes with landscape ordinances and plumbing codes recently. And I think in the places I've organized before, cooperative programs save everybody money, but you get big bang for the buck on, English and Spanish in school programs and public information programs, the billboards, the Water Awareness Month in May, and those kind of things. So we'd encourage you to look at those things. In terms of industrial conservation, really the one that we're talking about here is cooling water right now. We didn't look at food processing industries. We looked at where the future demand is coming, and it's in this area. We reviewed with the board the state and local policies to support use of conservation technologies for cooling. They all say do what you can to demonstrate you're doing everything you can to conserve and save water. The study that was done by IEC showed that dry cooling, it has technical limits, especially out here, and you lose a lot of power production. It's really not cost effective in desert environments. But hybrid cooling, where you're combining wet and dry technologies, it appears it could be cost effective. But again, this is someplace where we need to engage with the power industry and say what is realistic. But the firm we worked with has done a lot in power generation and renewable power development, and I felt pretty good about the numbers they put together. What we also saw was that the price per megawatt of generating capacity is not really sensitive to the price of water. Well, what that means is we looked at 100, 250, and I think $450 an acre foot water, and what that would do to the cost per megawatt hour in generation. And what it was, it varied between about $67 and $81. And what it says is capitalizing and building those projects is a lot more expensive than the source of water on an annual basis. And there's tables in the report that explain that. Now, in talking policy alternatives with the board, we reviewed a lot of background information to say what are the state requirements. They've changed in the last 5 years about what amount of information and what procedural requirements are out there under the big pieces of California code, the California Environmental Quality Act code, the California Water Code, and the government code all say, hey, here's how local government and water districts should work to try to improve the planning of both land and water supplies. We talked about, well, what are IID's responsibilities as compared to the cities, and how do you recognize both, saying they're co-equal and compatible, albeit very different. They both have legislative foundation. And IID, being the ones with the water right, really is in charge of changes, reviewing and approving any changes in place or type of use of water that's being applied under that water right, and ensuring that there is some reasonable beneficial use of that water through all the use sectors. And clearly the city and the county are responsible for CEQA review and acting as lead agency and doing their general plans and land use plans. But again, the opportunities to interact and cooperate to create common goals is there. One of the things that I think, have been wrestling with is that you have to now really do these water supply assessments and verify that there's a supply. So cities, counties, or water suppliers must disclose and document the quantity of water and make findings about that quantity of water when they're doing subdivisions or approving specific plans or certifying CEQA documents. And how they do that, I think to some degree shapes the discussion of where you guys can go. They have to have written contracts or other proof of entitlements or access to those entitlements, whether that's a permit system or whatever vehicle IID would use to say, here's a supply of water. A capital outlay program, similar to what we're trying to lay out with this IID plan. The permits to construct the water and or any other necessary regulatory approvals. And you haven't historically acted as a legislative body and adopted regulatory approvals, except in things like the Equitable Distribution Plan. But regulations are certainly one way of exercising your authority, of making sure you're guaranteeing the best use of your available supply and that there's no impacts from allocation and apportionment of that supply. So we covered a lot of these policies and laid out some of the backgrounds, both towards just power industry, things like what the CEC is doing and the state board views, how they view water use. And we came up with a couple of examples and spent a lot of time talking about these in a couple meetings through August. And we said, we came up with 6, basically, that helped shape the discussion. The first was this no action alternative, basically what's happening right now, which I think everybody thinks is untenable because there is no certainty. This idea of a minimalist approach where IID would adopt a policy that say, hey, any new use of water that would intensify water use or that was historically used could have an impact on existing users and needs to be mitigated. Have a nice day. And that would mean that project proponents working with the land use agencies would have to develop solutions. There are places that do it this way. Say, come back to us when you've found an imported supply or are going to recycle or reclaim water. That's not the one that necessarily is the best for promoting economic development, but it's certainly an alternative. The other was this whole idea of full apportionment, fallowing, some kind of managed industrial pool of water. And again, we laid out the benefits, costs, pros and cons, and said, what could this look like? This idea of full apportionment, fallowing with a free market instead of a managed exchange. This would be some setup where there is a way of moving water between uses. This one got nixed pretty quick. And then this idea of land conversion, like what are we going to do when big tracts of land go from ag to municipal and commercial uses? Is there a water savings? And it's arguable, but you can see that if you have some of the numbers we see around here at 0.26 per capita per day, acre feet of use, and 5 people per unit, 5 units, 6 units per acre, it would be about the same as an ag use. But on the average, when big tracts like that come in, there's a lot of commercial, light industrial, not water intensive, and that brings the average down to about 3.5 acre feet per acre, which could look like a savings of 1 to 2 acre feet per acre. But what we're saying is whatever happens, you need to account for it. So if there is savings or an increase in water, it's related to this idea of the industrial water portfolio. And if there is savings, it goes in the portfolio. If it's an increase in use, it would come out of the portfolio. So the answer is say, well, what's going to go in that portfolio then? We also looked at this idea of an options market. And the one we kind of created a model that said, okay, you know that in underrun years, geez, if we increase the demand, all we're doing is we're using up the underruns. That's a good thing. But in the overrun years, when you push that number up, it really means that someone's got to pay that back in the future, and historically that someone's been ag through extraordinary conservation. So ag takes the hit. So that's the impact that needs to be mitigated. So how do you do that with economic incentives? And we said, well, if you have some kind of option where people can buy in all years, but only exercise it if there's, say, a 50% probability of a supply and demand imbalance, and maybe a cushion is there where some land does get then fallowed. Or when you get into a big overrun situation as part of managing that cap and ensuring you yield through something like a groundwater bank, you would exercise the whole option. And there's places that are doing programs similar like this. I think Palos Verdes is one. Up in Northern California, they're doing some of this kind of thing. So there is alternatives here. And we laid those out. And it's like all smorgasbords. Everybody's going to like a little bit of something, and nobody's preferences are going to be met fully. But now it's time to kind of decide which one of these we want to put on our plate. So as part of that, the board, in cooperation with senior staff, put together these policy guidelines. Said, okay, if we're going to go forward, we got to look at this annual apportionment to all users. We kind of looked at it in the past. We discussed a lot of the things when we were doing the equitable distribution plan, but that was just for a singular year in supply and demand imbalance. What does it look like if we do an annual apportionment to all the types of use categories and come up with some way of managing an exchange? It was clear, and I understand the board has had some discussion with the Board of Supervisors now on these 6 points of light. And this idea of a joint land use conversion policy has been at least preliminarily endorsed by the supervisors. So you have the land use agency and the water district now really talking about how would we make this work in a practical way to streamline permitting and development review. To do a joint groundwater study to say, okay, county is in charge of groundwater by ordinance and their authorities. That's clear. So what are we going to do to figure out how to realize this opportunity, if indeed it is one, through blending or desal? So a joint groundwater study looking at this fallowing for in-valley water utilization, water storage and banking projects, whether that's the Coachella or East Mesa. Coachella's got a lot of pros to it, just because there's a big empty groundwater basin, and the East Mesa is kind of full, so you have to evacuate some groundwater before you can really put the volumes of storage that we'd like to in there. And this commitment to a regional planning model, I think not just because of the access to funding, but because I think everybody's viewing that this regional planning and discussion and dialogue through a facilitated process is probably a preferable way of getting things solved than through litigation, as long as all the stakeholders have a place at the table. We recommended looking at a couple of other things to add to this, like just really recognizing that future users that increase use have an impact on current users. And unless there's no recognition of the impact, there's no imperative for the land use agencies to mitigate. So the first thing is you got to recognize, it's like the 12-step program. First, you got to recognize you got a problem, and then seek forgiveness. And, divine intervention, maybe bond funding from the state. I don't know. We'll have to see. Recognize, I think, a basic premise that those that are going to benefit from the water should pay the cost. And one of the important ones that I think is this whole idea of, we said that water here could be moved around. And even if you put say a big water consuming industry in the Keystone development area, if they're increasing water demand, but they're funding a project that puts water to beneficial use or supplements the Colorado River supply, even if they don't take direct delivery, recognize as a policy that that's the way it works around here, because you can move water around. So these big, broad guidelines then would allow staff and the consultants to go and really craft the details of these kind of policies. So I think this is a very helpful step. Just to put it kind of in a picture, being worth 1,000 words, even though I got 1,000,000 words, the policy alternatives, this whole idea of what can we do? We can either increase the supply, put it in some kind of accounting package through this municipal commercial industrial exchange, or you can move water around in the box, expand the box, keep water from leaving the box, or move it around in the box. We talked about desal, recycled water, groundwater blending. Managing within the existing 3.1 million is systems conservation, additional improvements is what we're calling this, the not built beyond the definite plan. Groundwater banking of underruns, land use conversion if there's savings. Those are longer term proposition. If you convert a bunch of land to city, it's not going to go back to an ag use. Although some land use designations, if the county designates a whole block of land as renewable energy zoning and changes the zoning, then water would probably come off of that property. If it's going to go to solar and what they need is water for mirrors, that would be an example of a land use conversion where water would go into the exchange for reapportionment to some new MCI demand. Short-term propositions are certainly in-valley fallowing through options, through some type of managed exchange, either of private farmland or some system that allows the set aside of water use on the western farmlands for, again, apportionment to the higher, say, value use of that water. And we did do an economic study that I just got on Friday that shows if you take 1,000 acre feet from ag and commit it to commercial, industrial, urban development through a specific plan, what is the initial economics in terms of the construction period and the jobs and all of that, but then what is the long-term value added and the multipliers that go through? And it shows that there's certainly more economic benefit in terms of job creation and dollar turnover in the economy from the use for the power plants and the use for residential commercial development. Presuming that you have the jobs to provide for the residential commercial development. That's one of the kind of hooks of that. There was not a big cost benefit analysis of all of these projects, and that's probably one of the next steps. So In design of this final program, what we're recommending is we really conduct a lot of outreach, hand-holding workshops and hearings to engage these stakeholders, because everybody we know is going to have strong feelings. Develop a policy and implement a program for annual apportionment, in-value valuing, and land use conversions. We know that you're going to probably move forward quickly with the interim water supply policy, which is a step in this direction. Use an MCI options program. I like this one just because you only exercise it when you really have to, when it looks like you need to cap and manage your overruns. This idea of a mitigation fund, you have to be careful with these kind of things, but this is typically a lot of times when there's development, you've probably heard of impact fees. You have an impact on something where you can show that there is an impact and a mitigation. You can start building a fund towards implementation of the mitigation now, even if you're not going to be able to build it until you get enough money together for 4 or 5 years. But when you lock up, you create a mitigation fund based on impact fees or that type of mechanism, that funding can only be used for the purpose that it was intended, and that is to implement the mitigations. And whether that mitigation is fallowing land or building projects or doing something like that. There's some legal things that I deferred to the capable hands of Mr. Garber here to help us work that one out. And then implementing tiered pricing. Again, this is one thing to look at that has demonstrated conservation savings, and we're recommending tiered pricing if you look at your power demands, and it certainly creates an incentive and empowers them to make the decision of, geez, is it cheaper for me to invest in hybrid cooling technologies or to buy into a set of mitigations that IID is offering them as a package so that they can get up and running and build their project. I think you need to develop policies that firmly define your role in reviewing and approving this new development in terms of a permit system or other standard contracts for new users. We talked a lot about the pros and cons of permitting systems, and that you can have standards and guidelines built right in. You can have an appeals process. It's fair, equitable. It's less subject to being arbitrary. Contracts are nice because you sign a contract that brings in a whole other body of law and certainly locks down requirements and commitments. But a way of streamlining review, I really see that it is out there through updating your developers' guidelines and coming up with standards and information submittal requirements to this water supply assessments that they have to do anyways. But then give them the information that needs to be reflected in that, and I think we can make things happen faster. And we think that you had prior recommendations, develop contracts with your cities that spell out the terms of how you do things with the cities, mainly because they're a little bit different entity than the county. And that might be a best approach, is to lay out those terms and conditions on how you will interact. And again, I think you saw previously, back to 2005, that there were recommendations to do that. I was kind of surprised when I got down here and the wholesaler did not have, you guys did not have agreements with your retail water purveyors. Develop a comprehensive geothermal power plant water use policy. And one of the things I've observed, and I see the constraints, I know that the budget's tough, but I just hire and retaining staff to actually do this. You got talented and competent staff that are doing what they can to support you and the county. But if you're going to go down this path, you're going to need to commit some resources to actually getting it done. And I look at IID raw water. We spent a lot of time reviewing the state law and code, and IID raw water under the state guidelines would be viewed as a last source of water for power plant cooling, whether it's geothermal or a conventional plant. And I think there's ways of giving them solutions to the impacts that they may be causing. So our next steps: adopt your interim water supply plan, accept the IID plan right now, and initiate that broader discussion on the plan or through the IRWMP process. I'd try to finalize your policies so you meet your strategic plan goal and can implement near-term measures and get things going by that second quarter of 2010. I think we could, if we huddled, we could finalize a lot of the policies and bring them back to you for action. I think it'd behoove you all to work to develop this regional urban water management plan, then having every city develop their own. And you could do this in context of a chapter in the IRWMP, Initiate those groundwater investigations, because I think there's viable alternatives out there that I think it would be reasonable in terms of creating new water supplies at some of the price points we looked at that we thought that could be passed on to cover the costs. Initiate regional planning and complete an IRWMP. We don't know what the funding cycle for DWR is going to be. They have the bonds approved. They haven't sold the bonds. They haven't appropriated the money. I don't know what's going to happen with this, but I would anticipate that if you had an IRWMP in place before next December or so, you would be in good shape. Now, if it's adopted, that doesn't mean it has been through environmental review. There's a lot of pro and cons, and I think I need to talk to Jeff and Tina and Mike about what do you want to do with this plan. You don't have to do CEQA on this plan if you don't do anything. But if you're going to do something, there's strategies on how to comply with the California Environmental Quality Act that could actually help you make your decisions in the future if you are going to do contracts or permitting. Because I see both contracts and permitting as a discretionary act of your board that would be subject to CEQA review, whether you use a city's document for the project and make sure that it covers what you need to do or not. And that happens with the regional board, the air boards, and that's one of the advantages of a permitting system. And I would advise you to go after Prop 50 and 84 money because I think there's a very high probability that you could access what we call OPM, other people's money, to reduce your cost here. And that's it.
Matt, my conversation with you on one occasion, you had some graphs on blending. Two questions. One, are you going to meet with some of the locals on the possibility of blending? I think if you take in consideration the soil types, there's probably some areas that might be a little more conducive to blending. And then the other question is it, just as on the energy side, we go out for RFPs on some public-private ventures. Is that a consideration?
I think it certainly could be. A lot of people or a lot of places have used public-private partnership as an opportunity. I mean, public-public partnerships, too, are out there. Mm-hmm. That could be an example of like the recycled water or even desal.
On the land use issues, you mentioned working with the county. In some of our meetings, we've talked about some overlays for solar. Are you going to help facilitate those meetings, or?
I'd be happy to. I think you can have those meetings as an adjunct to moving forward with this IRWMP process. And in that regional acceptance process document and in this plan, Chapter 11 is all about how do you move forward with the IRWMP. And I think we can schedule that and get going once you have the concurrence of the other people that need to be involved, either through informal agreements or an MOA. And we had talked about a regional water management group, including members of the supervisors, members of your board, and 3 city representatives to be a negotiating and kind of a consensus building body, and having a broader water forum that would engage other people and provide an opportunity for urban and ag to sit down together. One of the things we did recommend in the report was to form an urban water conservation committee and task them with looking at this idea of a regional water management plan or these kind of cooperative programs. And there is a schedule in there that shows how that could sequence to get an active urban community, including county. And maybe that's the group that takes up this discussion of land use, very similar to what the gentleman had mentioned about protecting the Ag Water Advisory. Because the issues are different, but then potentially having this water forum where you do bring ag interests and urban interests into a room to hear out each other's issues and decide what opportunities are best for the community.
Well, I would think in terms of blending, there might be resistance to that consideration by some, and then, like I say, depending upon the region. Some of the other water users might be more acceptable to it. But there would need to be some type of consideration given.
I have those curves on my laptop if you wanted to see them, just to show kind of the proportions we're talking about. But this is part of what I think is that extended dialogue, and this is where the fun really begins. I'm kind of crazy that way. I enjoy those kind of dialogues where you do get the people together and you talk about the hard things and hopefully come to terms. And I think talking about blending, talking about groundwater development, talking about fallowing, I'd be happy to, and I'm ready to engage with the Farm Bureau and any of the farm organizations and Ag Water Advisory Committee to really try to roll up our sleeves and get into it.
Are there any other questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Have you spoken to at all, have gone to like any of the city council meetings?
No, at the beginning of this, we went and met with the city managers, and a lot of times the public works director, the planning director was there just to say, where do you guys see what's going on? What do you think? And that was some of that out of scope work, because I was reluctant to go too far into it without really getting some sense of what the municipal, commercial, industrial people were thinking and what they were expecting out of this. And I was fearful that the only interaction we really had with Ag was at the Water Advisory Committee. But I understand where we're at in getting this out. Now we've got a target for everybody to shoot at. Now the hard work really starts, is building the consensus and having that process that will get things done.
Well, I know that we're moving forward in a lot of conservation with ag, whether it be on-farm conservation or the definite plan or new projects that we've identified that we could be able to conserve water. One of the last things that needs to be touched are the cities. And I think what's important is to be able to get this new board intact, so to speak, who can voice out some opinions for the cities, because a lot of the cities have gone moving forward on water use. I know, for example, Tom Tupuz is in the audience, and he, I think, is a consultant for Brookfield Homes in Brawley, who has about 800, 900 acres, who has said that they plan to use 40% less water. And I've talked to other developers in El Centro and other places where they say the same thing. So I think the cities are on a path to conserve water, and we need to, I think that's important, as well as this new group would hopefully start to push their city councils as far as low flush toilets and things of that nature, to be able to reduce the demand of water to be able to meet our growing demand for industrial.
It's a good point, Director Sanchez. One of the other reports in there was to look at dual plumbing some of the new communities. And I know Calexico has actually talked about it. I know Brawley's talked about it, is getting the purple pipes in so that if or when you get the economies of scale and they can add another treatment train and use highly treated wastewater as a resource for non-potable uses, that dual plumbing would be beneficial. Then the concept became, well, geez, before they actually can afford to put in the purple or the wastewater and upgrade the plant, maybe you could take raw water for non-potable uses and save the investment on the water quality treatment plant for drinking water, and not use potable water for your highways and green spaces and schools and grass and park space and things like that. If you're doing planned community with specific plans, keep some of that raw water use.
Any comments from the public?
Yeah, Cliff Hurley. I have about the same problem with this project as I have with the new medical proposal, the health proposal at the federal level. There's too much. And I wanted this to come to the board a long time ago when you had it at a workable stage. Now you've got so much stuff on the plate that it's impossible to deal with. You've really taken advantage of the public by going this far without having a hearing and acting on anything. You are so far beyond the basic issues of what I had concerns about that I can't believe it. And you have increased the scope of the project probably 2 or 3 times, and I'm not sure you came to the board and got authorization for, based on your own policy of spending money, that you came back to the board. I have a real problem with just the process of this thing, but I have a problem with the extent of it. And the extent goes back to the fact that I don't know if Jeff Garber was the only advisor on this, but I am really curious whether what you're proposing is consistent with the law of the river, and whether you are going to protect IID's water rights. Because when you say that ag water has priority and you can apportion other things based on a priority for ag water, I'd like to know where you got that idea. And I've asked that before, and I haven't gotten any response why you think ag water has priority and what part of the law of the river says they have priority of water use. And that's the basis that you're working on. So I think this thing is a can of worms, and I think it's chasing funny money, and everybody wants to create a bureaucracy that won't quit. I think you lost your focus. What happened to the reliable source of water that's in state law to protect the use of water? You're not going that way. You didn't want to go that way, I guess, because you can boondoggle everything if you went that way. But the county and the cities have a responsibility, mostly the county, to determine if they have a reliable source of water for the projects within their jurisdiction. And what the city doesn't have, the county has a responsibility to deal with. That's state law. So as far as being concerned about having a reliable source of water, that's already in the law, but you're not following that path. You are following the biggest boondoggle path I've ever seen, and you've got so much stuff on the table, you're creating your own law. And the IID board apparently thinks they're a law unto themselves. But I want you to know, I want you to tell me where you got the idea that ag water has a priority over other beneficial uses, and you're going to portion on that basis. And I'd like an answer on that right now.
Well, Cliff, your assumption that ag has priority doesn't hold true with the water code. The water code says.
I know that, but your policy,
now
your policy proposes that it does have priority.
Now let me answer it, okay? You want to answer right now.
Right.
Okay. The water code is very clear that municipalities is first, okay, then ag. 1, 2.
Yeah, but that's state.
That's not correct. Okay, I understand that.
And this is federal.
What we're
the
trying
law of
to
the
do.
river is what applies.
Well, I'm going to give up and try to answer you.
Okay, fine. But I think, and I don't think you should, and I don't think you should answer. I'm not sure you're qualified to answer. Well, I want an answer for. I don't think Jeff Garber's qualified to answer.
No,
I want an answer.
I'm getting very familiar with the law according to Cliff Hurley.
Yeah, no, okay, but I want special counsel. John Carter's here. And you have other special counsel on water, and Jeff Garber wasn't hired as special counsel. He was hired as general counsel, but I think he perceives now that he's also special counsel. And so
I
don't want a general answer. I want a special, specific water attorney answer on the issue of where you think that ag has a priority of use within the policies that you have. I want them to see whether it's appropriate what you're doing as far as apportionment, where ag water and ag uses have priority and are the basis for dealing with other uses. And that's, I assume, still in there.
I would ask the board that it would probably be the easiest way to address this issue, which is actually not a simple question, and it makes a bunch of assumptions. Let me bring some materials in and lay them out at the next board meeting. We can talk about it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Andy Horn.
Go easy, Andy.
From the Imperial County. Yeah, it's hard to follow that. Imperial County. You know, I'm a little puzzled about.
What makes you qualified to ask a question?
I'm a little. I don't have qualifications to do anything, but I'm a little puzzled by Cliff's analogy of comparing this to the health care reform, because I didn't hear any discussion in there about the death panel. Perhaps in Mr. Hurley's case, they could add that. So you can broaden the scope, take in more. I do want to ask a couple of questions, but first of all, I want to clarify something, and I'm sure it was inadvertent, but Mr. Zadar at one point in his presentation mentioned that the County Board of Supervisors had endorsed some of the elements pertaining to land use policies that are part and parcel of at least part of this. And I think it would be more accurate to say that there have been some discussions with the Imperial County Board of Supervisors, with representatives from IID. This information has been presented as recently as this morning. Kevin Kelly came down to the County Board of Supervisors meeting and made a presentation in regards to this, and we will be having this on the agenda for the County Board of Supervisors to consider some of the elements, and there was a request made by Mr. Kelly for the county to support in general terms the policy outlines or guidelines that are contained here, and they will be doing that after a full discussion of the issues next week. To the extent that the county has taken a position on anything in regards to this, I think that it's been very clear that the county has encouraged the IID board to adopt policies that would help make water supply available to facilitate development of new industries here. And to the extent that this policy would do that, then certainly our board has endorsed that. But there has been no other implicit or explicit endorsement on any of the other more specific parts of this. So just for that, just for the record. There are a couple of other things, and I heard Mr. Zadar's presentation. I think it was back in August was the last time when we were here, maybe before that, a couple of months ago. And at that time, there was some discussion. Today, again, he reiterated that there had been some consideration given to the groundwater resources that are here in Imperial County. And I think the characterization today was the same as it was before, was that the groundwater that had been investigated was somewhat brackish. I think that, in fact, out on the East Mesa, and the further east you go, and I think the groundwater studies that the county and the IID did some 20 years ago bear this out, that the groundwater resources that exist further to the east on the East Mesa are, in fact, in many cases, at least in terms of TDS, better water quality than Colorado River water. So I understand that we're going to be doing, I'm going to hope that, and we have had those discussions, as he indicated, of doing some joint groundwater study as part of this. But I think it would be perhaps an error to start off with the assumption that the groundwater resources that exist are inferior in quality and that they would have to automatically be subject to some water treatment or desalinization in order to render them usable. I think I asked that question of Mr. Huberger after the presentation that we had, and I don't know, I assume that you've talked to some of the people over there in the county planning department or have reviewed that previous study, and Mr. Huberger's statement to me was that there are, as per that last study, which is out of date and needs to be updated, well over 2 million acre feet of water that's been identified in an aquifer out on the East Mesa that is of very good water quality. And I think 2 million acres, again, that's a static quantity. There is some recharge going on in many cases, or I think the understanding or belief is that some of that water is what they call an ancient aquifer. But 2 million acre feet is nothing to sneeze at, even for the Imperial Irrigation District. And I think for Imperial County as well, it's a significant amount of water that could play some perhaps significant role in addressing some of the needs that we have. And then finally, and I've had this discussion with Tina about this urban water use and the amount of water that would be used in land conversion. And I still shake my head at this, and I just would like to leave you with one thought on it. The city of El Centro today, if you look at the number of acres that are in the city, and I think it's close to 8,000 acres, and I think the water consumption is somewhere around 10,000, and that's just a little over 1 acre foot per acre. And it's hard for me to imagine that any new development coming in would use as high as 3.5 acre feet per acre. And I know, you guys have done the studies, but I think you might want to go back, and if you look at all the cities across the Imperial Valley today, I think if you looked at the total number of acres that are incorporated within those cities and matched that up or divided it into the number of acre feet that's being consumed, it would be far less than that 3.5. So anyway, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. I'd just like to get a comment now that I get an opportunity. The purpose of the IWRP and just give a little history on it. When I first brought it up, we had some discussion, and then when we were interviewing Dr. Brady for the position of general manager, that was one of the questions that we had asked him, his experience with developing an IWRP, and I'll never forget, as long as I'm on the board, the expression on his face, and it was hard to imagine that a 97-year-old company didn't have an IWRP. So the purpose of this is to serve all the water users in the most economical way, and that's what we're looking for. And nobody should take their eyes off of that focus. That's the purpose. Along the same lines, it's been an interesting trip. I know personally I've met with Willie Simmons. He has some property out near Glamis. And we did a little exploring out there, and the water quality was pretty much like what Mr. Horn stated. Been out on the East Mesa and looking at some projects there, water that's been used for a number of years, large sums of water that could have some possibilities. But at this time, I'd like to impose on Mr. Carter, if I could, with his historical background, and I assume that you're pretty knowledgeable in past tests that's been ran out on the East Mesa that we're talking about. Can you give us just maybe just a little brief history there, or what studies that we might go back and research and take a look at?
Well, Andy Horn is correct. There was a Montgomery-Watson study about 20 years ago, fairly extensive study, and my recollection is the report as to the East Mesa was as he said it was. And it is true also that there's quite a bit of water there and not any space if you wanted to use that for storage, for example. But utilization of the water itself as a possibility. And I commend you all for looking at all these various options, because it's going to be important as the district goes forward in years to come. But that report is available, and it'll give you a lot of information just as a historical background and what's available there. There are also some reports that the Bureau of Reclamation and others have done with respect to East Mesa.
Mr. Carter, one question. If I understand you correctly, the East Mesa wouldn't be a proper site for groundwater storage? It would, because of the different pockets of water? Is that what you're saying?
Primarily because lack of space is my understanding, and from the studies in the past. So if you could remove some, you might be able to have some space available.
Basically, you're saying the what storage is there is full.
Right. We provided a lot of those old groundwater studies to Matt for his team to look through. The problem with East Mesa, it's full of water, but it's full of salty water. So that's why some of the proposals Matt has discussed have involved pumping out that water, desalting or blending it and mixing it. Because the first thing you need to do is create room to put more water in the future if you're wanting to store underruns.
So it's saltier than the Colorado River water? Way saltier?
One of the things is the data is not that great, so that is one of the recommendations through this process is there's lots of studies, but what we need is data. We need to do monitoring, some pilot wells to see is the salinity from just the real quick sample the same as the one a year from now? How much do those levels drop over time when you do start to pump? There's the Montgomery-Watson study, it was about 15 years ago. It didn't have a lot of data to work with, so they created a great model, but when your model doesn't have a lot of data, it's not the best thing in the world moving forward. And so there's a need for specific data and monitoring and analysis to go and add credibility to all of the estimates and guesstimates that are out there.
So to achieve that credibility, how much money are we talking about? And do we have that money?
Those aren't cheap, but I mean, it's definitely the way to go when you look at investing $100 million in a groundwater storage project. You don't want to do that until you make sure that what you have out there is a defined aquifer that's going to store your water, that allows you to get it out when you want it, that there's not going to be some quality degradation issue. So, it's definitely the next step in a feasibility analysis moving forward.
So as I understand it, we're not looking to above ground storage, we're looking at underground storage.
Right now, above ground storage, particularly in an area like this that's flat, if you had two mountains and you just had to close it off on one side or two sides, you'd have opportunities. But the costs associated with something like that and the environmental work, you just don't do those type of reservoirs anymore.
It would be all underground
Surface
storage.
water.
And when you're
Reservoirs,
talking about groundwater, there are also going to be substantial issues of ownership. And the assumption that we just have the ability to stick a pipe in these sources and mine that water is not necessarily accurate. A lot of people are going to...
Would that be under the jurisdiction of the county?
The county has the jurisdiction to permit the activity. They don't own the water.
State of California does.
Yeah, state owns the whole.
Okay.
Okay.
That Appendix B, we again, this is one place where we really shook the tree to find not just prior study, but every data point we can get a hold of to really look at it. And there's a much more contemporary study by Lawrence Livermore National Labs it's in the bibliography of Appendix B that was the feasibility study to develop groundwater in the East Mesa. And it's really interesting because it used some isotopes to look at how long the water had been in the ground and where it came from. And it's some very interesting results. So I would point you to, or other experts, to take a look at that Appendix B, where we try to do the lit review and reduction of everything that had been done in the past as a basis of saying, okay, now where's the data gaps and what would you do? And anything that involves drilling and water quality sampling is not cheap. But you could look at other techniques like geophysical surveys and ways of capturing a lot more data over a much greater area to do some of this. The other thing is you do these, we do these groundwater banking, designs. We've done semi-tropic and Arvin Edison, where you analyze that put and take operation. And in this case, it would be take, and then start putting, because it's only 60 to 80 feet to water. And you can imagine at 10% of storage space, 8 feet of water is going to bring you pretty close to the surface. Whereas in other places, in some of the alluvial fans along the hills of the Coachella, because they've had groundwater overdraft, they've got an empty basin that is the kind of formation where if you put the water in, it doesn't dissolve salts from the formation itself. Whereas you have Colorado River water that's gone in the ground here, and it picks up salts just because of the nature of the formation that it's parked in, and that's just what happens up there.
Matt, so are you coming back in 2 weeks to bring some of these items for vote, for action?
Next week.
Next week.
Tuesday?
The plan is...
What is that accept IID plan? Accept what you've discussed, your recommendations?
Through this process, we created a huge plan that contains all of the information. Matt has talked about the reference materials, the documentation of how he got to where this is. So it is a draft document that we're asking the board to accept. Obviously, people will have comment and input. As we go through, we see things that we want to correct. If there's any fatal flaws in there, we want to know that. But we'd ask the board to accept that plan and then move forward with the recommendations outlined in the board memo at your next board meeting, and basically pushing this process forward.
Accepting the plan doesn't mean taking action to move forward on everything in the plan, because there's a variety of things in the plan, and the board's going to have to make certain decisions. Some of the actions are necessarily mutually exclusive. So you're going to accept the plan, hopefully, and then we're going to discuss the plan and discuss how to move forward on specific aspects of the plan.
In particular, are there certain alternatives that you want to push forward versus others? There's a lot of opportunities in there. There's different pricing. There's different pros and cons. The board will be tasked in the future with prioritizing those and saying, where do we want to go now that we have a roadmap?
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I want to apologize to the board and ladies and gentlemen here. My name's Oscar Gonzalez, and I was outside having a good discussion with Mr. Kuhn and also with Mr. Foster. And anyway, I wasn't here because I was going to ask this gentleman, what's your name? Matt. I just want to say something, very briefly and concisely, because obviously I don't want to bore you to death. And I just want to be brief, concise, and specific, largely from the point of view perspective that you mentioned, sir, that in your analysis, looking at the geothermal, you said something that struck a chord with me, that you said you had solved 47 years, you could look into the future, and I said to myself, oh, it must be a genie. And I said to myself, this young lady, attractive young lady, said, we don't have enough data. We don't have enough information. You know, I went to college too, 1971, graduate of UCSB. And I remember I took micro, macro. My hardest subjects obviously were statistics and research, and I remember research very well because I got A's on both of them. But nevertheless, I remember scientific analysis and all that, and there was a book that struck me, and it said How to Lie with Statistics. But nevertheless, in conclusion, when you made that statement, sir, I don't know if you were looking at it in terms of exploratory, a conservative perspective, a tentative, an estimate, or what scientific analysis were you using? What was the basis of that conclusion? When you look into consideration, and you certainly look at the community, you look at Mr. Gonzalez, a common person, I'm not so sure that I understand what this gentleman talked about. And I'm not so sure that merchants, I'm not so sure that people in general really understand the significance and the complexity and the intricacies of geothermal. And I know that for a fact, the only people here today, and God bless America, are farmers because they stand to profit. And I don't hold and begrudge that because they're farmers. You need money to make money. In conclusion, again, the second one, I think that this presentation, I wasn't here for its entirety, and I don't have to be here. I don't have to go to Bangladesh to know that people are starving to death. By the same token, I don't have to be here all day and listen to his articulation or elaborate. He's a smooth talker, very smooth, technical. I don't know, he could be an engineer, could be a lawyer, could be a big-time consultant making a lot of money. He's good. He's excellent. I'd give him an A+. And let me just say that one sentence. Since 1911, the upper crust of the farmers have been controlling the water, will always control it until doomsday. My grandfather came here in 1916, Guillermo Gonzalez Estrada, and it took one generation. I graduated in 1971 from UCSB, and we became middle class, 1971. In 1945, he was a foreman for Brock Ranches. So nevertheless, getting back to your, I think Hurley would say his gyration, I'm not so sure that, I think it's very professional. I think you did your job. I was in the Planning Commission for 18 years in Calexico, and when I look at those plans and everything is so professional, articulate, you're a pro. I think you're good. I think you will convince our board. I'm not so sure the board understands it in its entirety because they're politicians, they're elected officials. Attorneys might understand it, but Jim Harmon told me one time, that's why our government is screwed, because the politicians in Washington, D.C. is the fourth branch of government. They run everything and they write the legislation. Thank you so much.
Okay. Matt, before we move on to the next item, Matt, before we move to the next item, in the integrated water resource, the regional plan, what is the opportunities for the city there as far as qualifying for grants that they no longer qualify for? They currently
one of the purposes of those regional plans in the state's perspective from the legislative standpoint was to get the locals to say what are appropriate priorities for that community. So the state wasn't directing how planning would happen. They were just directing what a good plan would look like and how they were going to spend the taxpayers' money as the taxpayers adopted that funding in the bonds. That was Prop 50 and 84, and there was $5 billion passed and available for that. They've been through one round of implementation grant funding, and there's subsequent rounds coming up. But you have to be covered in a plan that was developed through a participatory and facilitated process that meets the standards of the state. So the hard work and the heavy lifting is done. Some of it's packaging, but most of it's communication and getting people in a room and going through that painful democratic process of building consensus. But the cities cannot go after this money without being covered in a plan. So you wouldn't be able to go after recycled water funding under this part of the legislation. There's other pockets of money you could chase that they would qualify for. But right now, this money is under an IRWP.
Okay, is there any more questions from the public? All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll move on then with the desalting plant out of Yuma. Thank you. We're going to reconvene and start with item number 4, a review of Exhibit P to the Yuma desalting pilot run. Tina?
To change tracks here. What you have before you is an information item that we will be bringing back at the next board meeting to seek approval on. It is in essence a forbearance agreement to some of the previous ICS documents that you all have approved. What this does is authorize a pilot project, not authorize, but there's going to be water created from a pilot project at the Yuma desalting plant. That plant has been sitting idle for some time. They keep it, in ready to go stage, but it hasn't truly operated from a functional basis. There are some water agencies that will be funding a pilot project to run the plant. They will use drainage water from Welton Mohawk, treat that to a standard that's sufficient to deliver to Mexico as a part of their Colorado River entitlement. And in exchange, that conserved water they will then store up in the river system as a part of the intentionally created surplus program. What you're agreeing to is not to divert that water when it's created so that it truly is stored and available for future use.
So we can vote, we approve it, and then when it's created, we can just divert it anyway?
Well, if you vote to forbear, you have to promise to keep your paws off. If you don't vote, then the project likely doesn't move forward. But there are Central Arizona Project, Southern Nevada Water Authority, and Metropolitan will be funding this project. It's going to begin in about probably sometime next year. It will operate for 365 operational days. Now, if it shuts down, that rolls it into, an 18-month time frame probably. And they'll be basically looking to see what the true costs are of operating that, what kind of upgrades they need to do, what kind of problems they run into. It's anticipated to generate about 29,000 acre-feet of water. And that's what this is for. So we will be coming back next week asking you all to essentially, as one of the priority users, agree to let this project move forward.
Now, who are the other priority users that?
Well, all of the California entities will have to sign forbearance agreements. Correct me, Palo Verde Irrigation District, Needles, everybody else that has an opportunity that might take that water when in fact we need it to be stored.
Mr. Carter, are they all going to sign off on this? All the other water agencies?
Yes. As you recall, I think as your board memo says, this is a continuation of actions that were taken in December of 2007, where as part of trying to augment the supplies on the Colorado River, the Secretary adopted rules and regulations to create this intentionally created surplus process so that you can conserve water and store it in Lake Mead for future use. IID had 3 programs at that time approved, and all of the other agencies forbeared taking IID's water, and IID did the same with respect to MWD, and I think Coachella might have had 1 program. So this is an ongoing process. Water such as, however, the human desalting plant water, if this pilot project proves that the plant can be operated, would also give an opportunity in the future for IID to seek another source of new supply. They expect that this is going to cost about $491 an acre foot to run this pilot project and to obtain about 29,000 acre feet. Met's putting up about $11.4 million for this purpose.
Mr. Carter, will we be privileged to any of the information that's gathered from this?
Oh, absolutely, both as to how the plant functions. There's also a project in conjunction with this to look at the environmental impacts, both as to the Limithrope and to the Cienega in Mexico. And Mexico has agreed to join in that study. So it has binational support.
So it comes back for approval next meeting?
My understanding is for $491 an acre foot, it's still going to be running about a third of capacity?
Yes.
Okay, but so if it goes to, say, 80% capacity or 75, it should be cheaper.
It should be.
Well, does the IID have a placeholder that we could participate in something like that, since they seem to have the advantage of the drop 2 right now? Maybe since it's so low on the river and so it's a day away water, we have some advantages for us to be a participant if it gets in line with our other efforts, if it's in line with our other efforts monetary wise.
As long as IID is willing to ante up and pay for whatever that cost of the water would be, you would have the same, because this is basically conserved water for the Colorado River lower basin.
So so I guess there's no concern about the first 3, Nevada, Arizona, and Met, doing the pilot. If the IID opts in, we'll still be treated as equal after the pilot year's done.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, but Mr. Carter, I might add that this issue's been discussed extensively at the Colorado River Board meetings with both you and Tina that have been at, and I know Mr. King has given updates here. When it has been discussed, the IID brought up that if they do go full bore, 100,000 acre feet a year, we'd be interested in maybe 10,000 acre feet to participate. But at that time, they were talking about $600 an acre foot water. I know they got it down to where you said a little under 500, but we have put in a verbal request at the Colorado River Board meeting, if the water was created, that we'd like maybe as much as 10,000 acre feet or so for industrial purposes.
That's correct.
So that has been brought up verbally.
It has.
Okay. Any other questions? Any questions from the audience?
Mark Osterkamp, Farm Bureau. Just a quick question. What does it mean when it says an equivalent amount of water is released from Lower Colorado River system storage to replace the water entering the bypass basin or the bypass drain? Where is that water coming from? I'm assuming that's to replace the water that's going to be cut off from going to the La Cienega?
If I understand it correctly, and John, correct me, Welton Mohawk's drainage would go into the main system and essentially drive the quality up and not meet the salinity standard. So it's bypassed and it's not given a return flow credit in essence at this point. So the deliveries to Mexico are all released from Powell and Meade directly. They aren't receiving a return flow credit for Welton Mohawk drainage. So what they're going to do here is, instead of dumping the Welton Mohawk drainage into a drain and bypassing Mexico, it'll be treated at the plant and then reintroduced into the river system to go and be delivered to Mexico.
Okay.
Makes sense? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Carter. All right, we'll move on to energy matters, number 5. Mr. Adejan.
Couple of items. One is at 5:45 this morning, the KS line tripped. The KN line was opened intentionally to remove a bird's nest, and for some reason we haven't determined yet, the KS line relayed open, knocking that system out. No IID customers were impacted, retail customers. However, it did knock out the entire generation, the geothermal generation system. We're currently investigating the opening of that line, and I don't have a report to give you on that, but we'll have one. As I understand it, all of the geothermal developers are back online with the exception of 3. As of about 2 hours ago, I haven't gotten an update since then. I've been keeping in ties with operations by my BlackBerry, and as of a couple of hours ago, all but 3 were back. I can assure you we'll completely investigate that incident and find out exactly what happened and deal with it.
How long was it open before it got reset?
I'm sure that it happened pretty instantaneously when they realized what was going on, but that would have been enough to knock off the generation, and then they have to restart. We can put the line back on. No customers were knocked out of service, but the generators have to go through a restart procedure, and for some that's none of it's really quick, but for some of it's an hour or two. With the others, will take longer than that. So as I mentioned, the 3 that are off as of a couple of hours ago were Earth Energy, Vulcan, and Del Ranch. Everybody else is back online. It's clearly something we were involved in because we were doing a maintenance process and on one of the lines and on the KN line, and that's when the KS line tripped off, which it shouldn't have happened. This morning in the LA Times, an article appeared regarding Green Path North, which we're basically anticipating. LA is beginning to back away from at least the Yucca Valley portion of Green Path North, primarily because of environmental concerns. While they haven't said they're out, they're basically saying, well, we're really seriously rethinking this, which kind of means you're out. And they're now saying they haven't given up on Green Path North. They're looking at corridors around with Edison on I-10. We have been waiting to have a strategic session with LA and other SCAPA members on this and other transmission projects. That has been delayed primarily because of LA's availability, but we've been keeping in touch with what has been going on with respect to that project. It does not come as a surprise to us that they're having rethinking that particular route. They made a point in the announcement to mention that they have substantial investments in the Imperial Valley, and they are committed to bringing that power out of the valley to LA. I can tell you that in the open season transmission request we've been going through for Path 42. Which has been fully subscribed. We had 1,000 megawatts. We took 1,500 megawatts of applications, which is great news for us because that means there's that much interest in that Path 42 expansion. LA was the last participant to sign up, locking up, or at least signing up for 400 megawatts as of about a week ago. In that 400 megawatts, they included the SCAPA projects as they saw it. So their approach toward what they're going to develop is changing somewhat. I still think they have a high need for the development of the Imperial Valley. I suppose that's enough news for now.
Thank you. Update on risk management policy.
Yeah.
Mr. Valenzuela.
Yes, Board, I just wanted to give a quick update on the energy risk management policy. since I was last here, I think on May 26th, gave the presentation on the first quarterly risk reports. Since then, the Energy Risk Management Group has met twice, and what we're doing is we've been going through and kind of revising the current energy risk policy to include some of the title changes that have occurred through some of the reorganizations, and also clarify some of the language as far as capacity and authorization limits within the policy. That's very close to being approved by the Energy Risk Management Group, and at that time, my plan is to come back in October to the board with a revised policy for you to review and hopefully approve. And also to come with the second quarterly risk reports. And is there any questions from the board?
Your risk request, I guess, are you going to maintain at 100%, or will you drop that down to 85 and take more of a conservative approach as the renewable standards start to come in? As far as, because we're already about 2 years out, pretty much fully subscribed, I believe, this year and next year. I think.
You mean for the 100? You mean for the it should be 115%?
For gas power?
Yeah.
Well, as far as the policy is concerned, the gas for when they run the models, they will take that into consideration. Any new geothermal, any new green renewable energy that comes on into the portfolio.
And also some of these capacity in these contracts we've been patiently waiting to expire so we can pursue most of those or close out in 010s. I want to make sure that we have flexibility to pursue those opportunities, because a lot of those are going to be going out, those high capacity charges that we paid now from those old contracts.
Most of the renewables we're looking at will not possibly come online before 2014, even anything we begin even tomorrow. The SCAPA project that currently has a 2014 schedule, I think any of the other projects we're looking at have fairly long very long lead times. And in fact, we have to get going now to get them online in 2014. We renegotiated the El Paso agreement, so that goes through the year 2012, I believe.
April 2012.
Okay. Anything you want to add, Dave? Okay.
I thought maybe there was going to be, I know there have been talk before about some upgrades to our IV sub, and maybe the benefits of once some of these capacities are gone, we can fill it with some Southern energy.
That's correct, and we're currently have before Mr. Garber a contract with CFE. The main issue that we have there is the import-export licenses. If the board has no problem with those, then we have that contract ready to go. Our capacity capacity requirements for 2010 are complete and almost complete for 2011, except for changes in forecast of economic activity. There's a difference between capacity obligations to meet our peak load and energy obligations to meet our requirements. We have met our capacity requirements. We have quite a bit of space under our load curve to buy firm energy, short-term energy, non-firm energy, and to take advantage of market conditions. So we have not filled up our requirements to meet non-firm, to meet firm energy. We still have the ability and the flexibility to take advantage whenever the price drops, as it currently has. And we've increased our market-based purchases from about 4% of load in 2007 to a little bit over 11% of load this year. So we're out in the market, and it becomes more of a transmission constraint east to west than any type of resource constraint.
I know we've been, well, I think the public or the U.S., I think the California grid as a whole, we're all very fortunate for low gas prices. I know when bad things happen, we usually call it an act of God, but I hope this good one here is also an act of God.
Yes, sir.
Tired of him always getting the bad rap.
Item number 7.
So I was just going to ask Belinda, last time she put the finger on Dave, I just wondered if she had any more news that she wanted to give us. He's been behaving, okay.
I was then, too.
Hey, item 7?
Yeah.
Amendment to...
Yes, sir. When I took over the demand-side management group in April, I began reviewing some of the outstanding contracts. We have a contract with Linkus Engineering that provides commercial and industrial audits for the district. We are currently on the 8th amendment to that contract. And in reviewing the contract, it was determined that in July of '08, we signed a contract for $325,000 with them. We spent all $325,000 by January 2009, and we continued overspending. I've suspended all work on the contract and suspended all additional contracts with Linkus, but we still owe Linkus $170,000 in round terms. I've gone through Mr. Garber and internal audit to see if we had any outs or any way that we could not pay for this contract. There is not. The DSM group authorized the work, and so I'm requesting $170,000. This is for information, so next week, next board meeting, I'll be bringing back the request for $170,000 to pay Linkus, and then we've terminated all work with them.
Dr. Cope, did Linkus actually do the work worth $170,000? Their supplementation, they did do the work?
We believe so.
I get it.
Was there a scope clearly defined, or how did it go over by 169,000?
The project was not.
Deliverables had to be clearly defined, weren't they?
The project was not well managed from internal audit's point of view. We believe that Linkus was essentially setting who they were going to audit and the terms and conditions of the audit, and the DSM group, or Energy Efficiency Group, was not managing the contract.
I think we learned our lessons from that. I hope we did.
So we'll be coming back next week for this. Next board meeting, I'm sorry.
Okay, we'll move to finance. Mr. Brokine.
Good afternoon. In your package today is the proposed changes in MWA. I failed to include the original MWA, so I'm going to hand that out now, and I have some copies up behind me too on the desk if anybody in the audience would like a copy of the original policy. If I could, I'll just talk briefly about some of the highlights of changes of the new policy. It does not increase the established amount of $200,000. Anything over $200,000 will continue to be brought forward to the board for their approval. We have roles and responsibilities by titles more clearly defined. The policy pertains strictly to capital or EIR requirements. It doesn't include O&M projects. Projects must be part of the approved budget plan or be brought back to the board. We have a post-project report that we're preparing. In fact, we're just about done with the water version. In the next few weeks, we're going to be bringing that to you to see if that's in a format that you like, and if it is, then we'll go ahead and put the energy projects in that same format. And then we propose service agreements valued at more than $200,000 and part of an MWA will not require board approval but must be included in the quarterly report to the board. And that quarterly report that I just mentioned does include a recap of all the service agreements under those under the MWA projects.
Again, that's if the service agreement is totally applied to that one MWA, not split between multiples.
Yes,
Okay. That'll be spelt out clearly.
yes.
Or you come back with one for 199, it doesn't come to the board.
We will,
That's it on to the 1 million plus.
we will follow our policies.
All right.
And then
We do that, of course.
No.
but-
Not anymore.
we plan on bringing this back to the board for your approval in the October 6th meeting.
Talk about following policy. I'm not sure on letter C, number 3. Project justification, the reasoning for the project will be inserted here. The justification can include. I'm not sure why B, cost benefit analysis, is down there and why the cost benefit is not under number 2. That it will be in there. I thought that's the direction the board gave.
It is, but there are some projects that I'm not sure we will be able to do a cost benefit analysis on. We're in the process of working with the Energy Group now on kind of formalizing and finalizing a standard procedure again. We expect to have some projects in front of the board in the next few weeks with that.
Well, I'd like to see the cost benefit brought up into number 2 and inserted there. And we could talk about the exception policy or the exception conditions to that part later on when that's developed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the other thing that I need to highlight that will be changed when we come back, it's over on page 34. It's item J. The risk manager will not be preparing the cost-benefit analysis. The risk manager will be reviewing and evaluating the cost-benefit analysis.
The project owner will be doing it?
Yes.
Number 5 under C, the preliminary budget says you're going to be using O&M money then to be transferred to the MWA, and that's how it's going to be referenced in the budget. I think the MWA ought to be an actual budget item, line item in the budget, not coming out of O&M and then O&M money being transferred toward the MWA.
I don't know the history I don't know the reason by this, but historically, that's how all these MWAs have started. It starts off in O&M and they move it over to capital.
You're planning out going into the budget process, they're going to be priorities on which MWAs were going to be requested. I'm not sure why a dollar amount can't be attached to that, the line item attached to that, and why we have to go through O&M to create those lines. The new lines after a budget's already been adopted. So then we have to go through a whole bunch of budget transfers. Doesn't make sense. Seems like it could be simplified if they were itemized and they're recognized that this is what we're going to do for 010.
I will research that and get back with you at the next board meeting.
Another one on roles and responsibility. You have A, Board of Directors responsible for final approval of all MWAs. B, Department managers. I have a problem with number 3. It's not consistent with our spending limits. It says the department managers can approve changes orders of $200,000 or less. That's not consistent with our policies on expenditures. It should be $50,000 for department managers and
for purchase orders. That's correct, and service agreements.
So that'll be changed to $50,000, or why is it at $200,000? I thought the general manager can sign up to $200,000. Department's up to $50,000.
It's direction of the board. If you would want it consistent with.
They're only allowed to make
on the change orders, that amount, it should go up to that amount. It should go to the general manager.
Okay.
I mean, we're consistent. Any budget transfer up to 50, departments can approve 200,000 general manager.
Okay.
So their budget transfers, whether it's the change order or just general expenditures, those limits need to be consistent throughout.
By doing that, Mr. Brokey, would that make, excuse me, would that make the process not as efficient by doing that, or is it a big deal, or? I'm concerned about Dr. Rector Zabadi's,
Holding them accountable?
Yeah, I'm concerned about that, I am, but will this delay a project or make it more inefficient to be working with projects if we lower the amount to 50,000? I know where he's coming from, and I understand with the past history his concerns. And I guess I'm asking you, is it realistic to go down to 50,000, or is it half of one, six of the other?
I personally view it half of one and six of another.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think
there's some advantages. If you have an owner that wants to keep the project within budget and is having a hard time with it and starts cutting corners, and it may not be to the well-being of the project. So to cut the 200, to do a changeover for 200,000, it may be a change order that cheapens the project and you get less quality. And so if that's going to take place, I'm sure that the general manager would want to know some issue like that. Greg, one last question.
Mm-hmm.
If you have an MWA that's going over, who has the responsibility to report it back?
Well, I think it's the project owner or the project manager who's running the MWA has the responsibility to get the proper approvals.
So if it goes over the amount that's been approved, then it needs to come back to the board.
Yes, yes.
Sure. Okay. I just want to know who has that responsibility to bring it back.
Well, how does that relative to letter F number 1? I mean, you approve a major MWA for $199,000. It says if that's the way it was originally done, but it comes over $200,000, it still doesn't need to go in front of the board, but it has to be included in the quarterly.
Well, that's
what I'm seeing is some of these things are not consistent throughout the whole policy.
The service agreement. There could be a service agreement that goes up, but the total approved amount for the MWA does not go up. So there are various service agreements and internal and external labor that could be comprised of the MWA, and that would be set at one amount. If an individual service agreement was increased and it didn't go over the policies of the district on when that needs to be improved, and it didn't increase the amount of the MWA budget, then we wouldn't have to bring it back to the board for approval. However, if it exceeded if any cost exceeds or sends the MWA over the threshold of what's been approved, then that needs to be brought back to the board.
And let me add that, I agree with what Greg's saying, but as well, it's the responsibility of the project manager to understand what impacts various increases in service agreements or materials. And as soon as they reasonably expect that there might be a chance of it going over, we need to start the process of getting it back to the board if we need additional approvals. I mean, we don't wait until it goes over and then go, oh, I guess we better go back to the board.
The project reporting, is that by the oversight of the PMO office? Since we took those off monthly, they'll be doing the quarterly along with all the other things we got going on? Is that how letter F will be reported to us? As a high-level summary, so I would think it comes from the program management office.
Actually, that quarterly report comes from finance, and we're the ones who are working on putting that together right now.
That parallel what
that is different than what
program management's doing? Your quarterly reports, is that parallel on that? Or is it, I don't want to duplicate. Hopefully we're all working together on these things.
Well, I thought we were, because one previous board meeting, I mentioned that we were going to take over reporting that on a quarterly basis and we bring it back to you. And right now we're working on finishing up June, quarter end of June for water. Like I said, to see if it's in a format that the board approves of. And if it is, we'll do energy also.
Personally, Greg, I've got a lot of questions, a lot of problems with this MWA policy.
Director Hunt, may I recommend that you and Director Abadi sit with Mr. Brogan and go over this policy with him, and then when you're all satisfied, bring it back to the board for approval?
That'd be
I
fine.
think that would work.
That'd be fine with me.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Number 9.
It would go to number 9, new policy and procedure establishing a reserve fund.
Yes, I'm over on page 36 of the board package. This is a new proposed policy to establish reserve funds for both the water and energy department. I've identified, I think, 6 types of reserves we're recommending that the district have. One would be bond/COP reserves, and those are really reserves that are required by bond indentures or documents. Insurance reserves to cover workers' comp and legal claims not covered by insurance. Other post-employment benefit reserve, which we have started funding, and we base our contributions on an actuarial study. Within probably the next year or so, I think we're going to be coming to the board with a recommendation that an irrevocable trust be established for those monies, which really means that they can only be used to pay for post-employment benefit expenses of the employees.
Will they, to tap any of those reserve funds, the 6 that you have created here, they can only be used for certain parts is that they're dedicated to, but they'll still have to come to the board to access those funds.
That's correct. It's through board action that would require a release of the funds from these reserves.
Okay, you have ranges in here on most of these, and so you have a minimum that they can't go below, and I would say a maximum you don't want them to go above for some reason.
Well, they're guidelines. I mean, there's nothing to prevent them from being below it or above it, but from our point of view, you know, we're trying to hit within that range. We know on some of them it's going to take more than several years to get at the level that we would want to get at, and I'm speaking primarily.
Are you working with the managers on reasonable benchmarks to hit to try to get there in 5 years?
On some of them, we think we can get there in 5 years. On some of them, I'm not sure we will. Capital reserve being one. I'm looking at the forecast that I've seen for water as an example. I'm not sure we'll be able to set aside the capital reserve and the rate stabilization reserve ranges for water and the working capital within the next 5 years. Energy's in a much better shape as far as generating cash flow at this point, and they've made great strides on their working capital balances just within the first 8 months of this year.
Mr. Brokin, on the working capital, on the energy, about how many months operating time is that?
110 million is about 90 days.
Do you like that word, or do you think we should change it to?
Okay, and what about on the water side?
Just on water rate revenues, about 10 million is 90 days.
10 million, okay.
Little, it's
In there.
Appreciate you bringing these forward, Greg.
okay. Thank you.
It's broken on your very last paragraph, the last sentence. I guess I'll ask the board. Reserve funds should not be used to support recurrent operating expenditure. I want a better word should, reserve funds will not be used. Whatever the pleasure of the board is.
It's
The
whatever.
will seems like it fits better.
Either way.
It's just that at times you may need to use it to support a recurring expenditure. I mean, I can't give you an exact instance, but if you get a surprise, so to speak, in some expenses, or your revenue drops, more than, but I don't have a problem changing that to will.
But either way, it'd come from Board of
Either way,
Authorization
it's the
to
board's
transfer it out.
decision to decide to move forward.
Leave it.
Okay, leave
Okay.
should, that's fine.
Okay. Right.
So we'll bring that on October 3rd?
On the 6th, I'll bring this back on the 6th too.
All right, number 10.
Number 10 is an opportunity for the water department to lower their debt service payments. The
Just lower interest rate.
It's a lower interest rate. The 2000 bonds currently have a par value of a little less than 20 million. We can refund them with about $20.5 million of money. Gives us a present value savings of $1.1 million, which what that really means is beginning in 2011 through the maturity date of 2021, the debt service for this issue by the refunding of it would reduce payments by $314,000 a year over the next
You see any
11 years.
downside or risks involved?
No, I don't really see any downside or risk to doing this. It's for information today. I'm bringing it back on the 6th to get your approval for us to proceed, and then when we have all the bond documents ready, we'll bring those back to you for your final approval.
Okay, thank you. Bring those back. Number 11, recommendation to finance capital expenditures for system improvement.
Okay, this afternoon I'll talk about the water transfer 2004 projection versus the 2009 projection, the water transfer financial forecasts, the water transfer capital projects, water transfer opportunities, challenges, and risks, the financing plan, and the timeline. Okay, this slide shows two different columns. The first column, the 2004 column, is the forecast that was included in the official statement when the Western farmlands were purchased. And at that time, you can see the net cash, which was revenue less expenses, was about $2.4 billion over that 39-year period. Our most recent forecast that we have for 2009 currently is in the same range as far as net cash. It's $2.5 billion. As you can see, there have been changes on the individual components. Revenue forecasted has gone up. Expenses have gone up. Debt service has gone up because we're borrowing more money, planning to borrow more money in 2009 than we planned on in 2004. And then there's also some capital expenditures that are being paid out of the proceeds, so to speak, of the transfer. This summarizes the revenue into really three main categories. The Water Authority, San Diego County Water Authority, being by far the largest of almost 75% of the revenue over the next 39 years. Coachella Valley Water District is slightly less than $1 billion. And one of the main reasons for that, or two main reasons, is the Coachella Valley gets less water is transferred to them, and they pay at a lower rate than the Water Authority. And then the last item is mitigation, which is about $1.5 billion. And most of those, as you'll see in a minute, most of those revenues are offset by mitigation expenses. So this is a recap of the O&M expenses over the 39-year period, $4.8 billion. The largest component is the payments to the on-farm payments to the farmers. It starts off at based on $250 an acre foot and $2,006. And based on the amount of projected savings and payments, that's how we got to the $2.3 billion. The other large component is the environmental mitigation expenses, and then everything else, other O&M, admin and such, is about $800 million. This slide shows all the projects that we plan to borrow money for over the next 3 years. We have a planned borrowing in 2010 and a planned borrowing in 2013. As you can see, there's quite a few projects. I'm not going to go into to really any of them in specific detail, but it just shows what the water department will be managing over the next few years. I mean, and it's $300 million worth of capital projects. This graph shows the cumulative impact of the water transfer over its life from 2009 to 2047. As you can see, for the next 10 years, the cumulative impact is pretty minor, but then as the amount of water is transferred increases and the rate that the district receives on that water, it kind of skyrockets. On the flip side of that is the water department cash flow projection over the next few years. This cash flow projection does include a $1 acre-foot increase for all classes of customers beginning in 2021 and continues through 2026. And as you can see, that's a negative impact. Although it's not it's less than the prior slide. So the forecast of the cash going up is greater than the forecast of the cash going down on the water department. The opportunities that this transfer presents gives the district the opportunity to minimize the need to borrow for capital expenditures of the water transfer and the water department for the years 2020 through 2047. As one of the prior graphs shows here, in 2027 you're having a lot more cash flow, which can be used to fund your capital projects. The water transfer revenues can be utilized to meet the water department's debt coverage requirements, and that's something that will be beneficial to the department. And then the water transfer cash can be utilized to offset water department operations shortfalls also. There are risks and challenges associated with the water transfer. Obviously, the projection's over a long time, 39 years projection. I can guarantee you the assumptions will change, but they're the best we have currently. As you know, we're in the process of working with California Infrastructure Bank and having them guarantee $150 million of net proceeds. The circumstances under which that guarantee kicks in relates to a termination of the QSA agreement. And examples of that would be excessive environmental mitigation costs, which caused the termination, the Water Authority terminating the agreement at the end of 2037. They do have to give a 20-year notice. It's in 2017 if they do want to terminate, so we have 20 years to work out a solution. Or the judge declares the entire agreement invalid would be another reason why or when the iBank guarantee would kick in, or then any other reason for termination. And then also there's the challenge of meeting the water conservation levels on time. There's a set schedule per the contract as to how much water has to be transferred on what year, and those capital projects that we showed early need to be in place so those conservation levels can be met. The water transfer financing plan, we expect to borrow around $300 and $310 million, do it on two separate instances, roughly $150 million each in 2010 and 2013. We need to submit the application to the iBank by October 1. According to the agreement that we have with the iBank, they have 75 days after we submit the application to make a decision. We expect that decision to be they accept our application. But to meet their schedule and their board meeting schedule, we have to have it to them by October 1. And then the last thing is that we plan on issuing subordinate bonds for this 2010 issue. Financing is currently in the structuring phase. Documents have been prepared and they're pretty much in substantial final form. There will be what we consider to be minor changes, but nothing substantial to that. We're contemplating that the 2010 financing will be structured at fixed rate water subordinate revenue certificates of deposit. The structure will use bond insurance only if it is cost effective. There's been a big change in the bond insurance industry over the past few years. It used to be most, if not all, entities bought insurance at the time they issued bonds. It was cheap and they were able to get a higher rating for the bonds. That's changed over the last 9 months, but it still is an option, and it depends upon how our issue is rated. If it's so it seems a little counterintuitive, but the lower you're rated, the more the value the bond insurance provides. And then we will also, because of the concerns with the state's credit rating, there is concern that the iBank guarantee will not be that cost effective. In fact, it could cost the district money by using a guarantee. We won't know whether that's true or not till we get closer to issuing the bonds. And if it turns out that the guarantee is not cost effective, then we will be bringing back the deal to the board to reevaluate. The slide shows most, if not all, the documents and resolutions that will need to be prepared or have been preliminary prepared and need final approval. I won't go into a lot of detail except on the preliminary official statement, which is a fairly thick document, which basically describes the financing and the background and history of the district. The timeline we have is presentation today, approval next week, submit the documents, the application and financing documents to the iBank on the 1st of October. The iBank has 75 days from that date, which means they could approve it in their October or December meeting, but we've gotten some indication from them that they will probably ask for approval at their November meeting. And then once that occurs, issue the bonds in early January. And in summary, to summarize our latest forecast for the 39-year period, the water transfer we're projecting will generate $2.5 billion of cash over that time period, most of it from 2020 on. And the uses of that money really twofold. One is capital replacement of the existing water department system of about $1.4 billion. And then to provide support to the water department for the cash shortfall that we're projecting that they will have of $800 million over the next 39 years. And after you factor those two things in, we're projecting that at 2047 that there would be almost $300 million available to continue to replace the water department's existing infrastructure or support rates for the customers. And with that, I'll try to answer your questions.
Any questions from the board?
Go ahead, Mike.
This, you have a $1 increase. Is that $1 per year from 2020 to 26, or is it $1 for that total period?
No, it's $1 every year for each customer class.
Passing this would commit us to doing that.
No, no. Passing this does not commit you to doing that. That's just part of the forecast.
That's how it's structured, though. Wouldn't that be part of the OS?
It will be, that the forecast will be included in the OS, yes. But it's not committing the board to any action at all. It's just showing that at that particular point in time, the district is expecting to need additional revenue, and we are showing that as a rate increase at that point in time. But that is not committing the board for any action whatsoever.
Greg, on page 12 on the board's approval of the documents, are those one by one if they get approval, or are they individually approved or group approved?
We did it with the energy bonds as a big package, for the most part.
So it's collectively then?
Most of it, yeah. I mean, I'm trying to remember exactly how we did it. But it was either one or two packages. Two? Yeah, there'll be two separate resolutions. Bond counsel is here, I'm sorry, and he can certainly discuss how that would be done if you want him to come up and talk about that some more.
All of the financing documents would be approved in one resolution. However, there is a second resolution required by the IBank for the IBank guarantee commitment that is representation of the district that it has met the requirements for the IBank guarantee. So that is the second resolution. Otherwise, it would all be in one resolution.
You gonna be able to meet that October 1st deadline?
Yes, we have pretty much the documents are ready to go. There might be some minor changes that we make. So it'll be up to the board's pleasure to whether we move forward on the 29th or not.
Okay, any comments from the public?
Mike Morgan from Brawley. Could I get the bond counsel's name or who he represents?
Sure.
Sure. Don Hunt, I represent the district as their bond counsel.
Is the POS out? Has it been a public document? It was going to be offered to you guys, I thought, quite a while ago, but it seems this has progressed kind of in the dark. But do you know if it's out?
No, in terms of it being finalized at this point, no. It has been a draft that has been presented to the board, but it's not anticipated that the POS would be finalized until after the first of the year, just before the certificates are marketed.
In this process, I guess you're going off for $300 million. Have you done your cost-benefit analysis on that?
Craig, you want to answer that one? Or
Well, John wants to answer it.
I didn't say
You've been asking. Yes, the benefit cost analysis was what the definite plan was all about. And as I explained when I made that presentation recently to you, is that was the minimum cost to provide the 105,000, which it turns out to produce that 105,000 acre feet. We looked at something like 27 different alternatives and used a minimization, it's actually an optimization process to become to the least cost. Which was less than anticipated in the original transfer when we put the cost together. So it's in essence a benefit cost of the total system as one lump. It's not project by project because all the projects are connected together. So it's a least cost of all of the projects to produce the water at this point.
And as a cost-benefit analysis, I think Mr. Brokering might want to go back and look at it. When you pull it into a whole big project of all your projects, your $300 million wish list, someone has to go out and identify the water in each specific area that's being saved. My math's not very good, but I would say that's about $300 an acre foot if you pay it back over 20 years and at 7% interest, or it's more than that. So I haven't seen a definite plan that has that in it for you people, and I hope you have. Now, my last question for the board is, as you know, I think your last bond, well, the Western Farm bonds that was commented by John Carter was a possible 218 event. I don't know if Jeff Garber thinks it's a 218 event, but I do think before you go much farther with bond counsel and put yourself in front of the IBank, you find out if it's something appropriate to have your landowners vote on, because it is the system that the water department's built over the last 100 years that you're improving with $300 million worth of debt that's going on a water transfer and or on rates. And so again, I think you're going to take a look to see if it's a 218 event. It's the biggest thing I see you doing off your balance sheet. I mean, you're borrowing $310 million. I don't know where you're going to get that, but if it's put in your bond official statement, I think it's going to affect you. And if it's not put in your official statement, then it's really going to affect you. Does anybody know if it's a 218 event?
I don't know what a 218 event is, but Prop 218 does not govern the borrowing of money through bonds. Prop 218 may affect the ability to set water rates, but it has nothing to do with borrowing money.
It's an interesting interpretation. Now you've heard it from him, and now you'll hear it from me. If you indebt yourselves, thus your ratepayers, it's the same thing as raising rates. It's an indebtedness. It has to be paid back from someplace. It's the exact same thing as raising rates. Well, and so that's my interpretation. I wouldn't want to debate just much smarter than me, but as you guys look at it, you can remember who and keep score on it.
Well, Mike, you have to remember too that we can do other things besides raising rates. Is we can cut costs to make up the difference and put it into our debt holder. So we don't necessarily have to go through a 218 vote just to raise that revenue. So that is another option.
Anthony,
right? Is that another option to cut costs?
I love youth.
Is it an option?
The next time you cut costs, give me a call.
Well, I'm just saying.
No.
So we just have to wait and see.
If you indebt,
so we can't assume.
If you indebt something and repay it from fees which are currently in court, currently going to be tried under 218 possible violations from 2003, 2004. Those are going to trial. And you're out borrowing more money, ignoring it, or getting it for the same advice from the same counsel. And third of all, you don't have a proper ethics in place yet. You still don't have your ethics program. You're borrowing money. You could lose this district borrowing money without proper conflicts codes in place, including consultants and attorneys. So that's just to put on the record. Thank you.
Rod Foster Brawley. I have a couple questions if somebody could answer me. What is the Imperial Irrigation District Financing Corporation?
Right. Or, no.
Corporation is a nonprofit corporation created by the district a number of years ago to assist in financings. When the district does a financing, it needs to do it through an installment purchase agreement, so it has to have another entity that it's actually purchasing the facilities from. So it's a typical financing structure used throughout California, and the district corporation has been in place for a number of years and has been used for previous financings of the district.
What is it pledging in assets?
The assets are the facilities that are being purchased, that are being financed.
Okay. And the trust agreement?
The trust agreement is the legal document that sets forth the terms of the obligations with the bondholders. So it sets forth the obligations of the district, the payment provisions, the transferability of the bonds, and those kinds of things. It's basically the security document that protects the bondholders and reflects the district's legal obligations with respect to the money that's borrowed.
And the $250 million that was presented to this board to build a definite plan, the 310 number that's here today, that is including the financing, is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes. And we're talking about two series of financings, one now and one several years from now. The two of those together would finance the entire definite plan, yes.
Okay, so for a $250 million project, which was presented to this board, its total cost is $310 million, as your papers are saying, is that correct?
No, I don't know where you got the 250 million. I think what we showed was 283 million. It was 283 million, and the reason why we have to borrow more than the actual cost of the projects is, one, we have to have a debt service reserve fund, so we have to borrow money to fund that. So that's why it's slightly in excess of the cost of the capital projects.
Board, I'll leave my final say. Last May, when you issued your bonds to finance the electrical department, you were $550 million in debt in your bonding. This is another $310 million. That's $890. Not included in that, in your prospectus, was another $200 million of contingent liabilities. That's $1.1 billion, more or less. I don't think your company's worth much more than that.
It's worth a lot more.
Larry Cox, Farmer Brawley. On page 64, the water transfer summary, it talks about using $830 million to subsidize the water department operations cash shortfall. My concern is that this water transfer, I believe a third of it, or 2/3 of it's coming from signups with property owners. And if you take and transfer, you take 2/3 of that, somewhere close to $500 million, it's basically being taken from the landowners and given to the water users for the operations of the water department. And I understand there's a lot of us who both own land and rent ground, but I'm concerned that that's basically just a transfer from those who are getting the water taken off their land to those who are using the water through the water department. So I'd like you to, take a look at that and see whether or not that should be paid for out of water rates rather than subsidies.
I'm not sure I understand that. Just wait till next week. Yeah.
Makes an interesting point that we need to.
Well, we'll take a look at that. I was writing notes on that. Larry, I don't think it's a subsidy, but I'll give you a better answer than just that one. Okay.
Any other questions? You'll be bringing that forward then?
Yes, sir, on the 29th.
Yes, on the 29th.
Okay. All right, we'll move to the consent agenda.
I move to approve.
Second.
I am going to abstain on 11B, the minutes for the special meeting of 2014. I was not in attendance. So I will vote yes and abstain on that one.
That would be 12B? 12B.
Yes.
12B.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I too wasn't here on the B as 12B.
Okay. Oh, that's right.
My vote shouldn't reflect on that item.
Yeah,
You'll be two
you've got that.
abstentions,
Yeah.
Director Body and myself.
And if I might, go ahead, Director.
Well, I have a couple, maybe because I don't want to stop pull items from the, so I just had a couple real quick questions about two items.
Sure.
Number 20, did you name the person, the senior manager in charge of that? Do you know, have you appointed somebody
Let me look at it first.
to the SIPs? It just says the general manager will name a senior manager to.
Oh, well, it'll be Mike Campbell.
Okay, I would ask, does the board need to approve number 18? Because as I saw in today's IV Press, it's already being advertised.
Is
We've
that
added
same?
a couple more items.
Huh?
We added a couple more items.
Oh, this is an addition to?
Yeah. I have one item, item 21. It's approval of revisions to the meals on overtime. And there's one word change, actually a number change, in section D3 where it refers to an 8-hour period. It should be a 16-hour period. And that's just consistent with everything else in the policy. So that, with that word change, we're recommending approval.
Okay, that was under B3?
D3.
Page 104 of your packet.
Oh, okay. 16 hours. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Anthony, push your button.
I did. Push again? Oh, you got it? All right, we'll move to the action agenda. Staff recommendation to terminate the 2009 supply-demand imbalance. Who's gonna?
Second.
I'd like to take them as separate and November 14th, take that date separate. Can we break them?
Certainly. The staff recommendation on the November 15th deadline?
I'd like to take that separate, not together. Vote on.
It's whatever the board's pleasure. Sure.
Your motion was for the
What?
SDI?
The
Yeah, he wants to
SCI, and we'll do the November 15th separate.
Yeah.
do the water
All right,
course.
that's cool. Should've voted on the first one.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the termination of the 2009 SDI declaration. Is there any comments from the audience? Please vote. Okay. Need a little information on the water card implementation deadline. Is there someone?
Certainly, I'll handle that. It was originally a staff recommendation that I questioned and now I support, and I'll give you my reasoning on it. The much of the reluctance or refusal to turn in water cards had to do with the SDI and the fact that the water card was page 1 of 3 pages. Without the SDI, the only thing the water card is page 1. As with a whole bunch of crossed out, it's page 1. And it asks for what we believe to be required information, basically who's authorized to order water for that field, and some other information. A number of farmers feeling strongly about the SDI and the process appended statements to their water card, and which my staff rejected, mainly because the form's not supposed to have anything attached to it. I met with the Farm Bureau Executive Director and several farmers, some of which are here, and proposed that I completely understood and respected the fact that they wanted to go on record with statements. So what I suggested, and actually a couple have already done it, that they turn in their water card meaning only this first page, and that they send separately to me as the general manager whatever statement they wish to have on the record, and I will keep a separate administrative record. When it comes in, I will give them a receipt that it has been received by the district and that. Now, in terms of the November 15th deadline, if we don't have a deadline, from my perspective, if we don't have a deadline for turning in water cards, why have the regulation? So and maybe November 15th. It should be November 1st, December 1st. It's just a date. What I intend to do as the general manager is work with any farmer that has any particular situation that prevents them from turning in their water card. I mean, we want to really reach out to find out what prevents them from doing that. But, and I would expect that the board would give me that discretion to work with each farmer. But the November 15th deadline is, I think we have to have some deadline.
You know, I hope these water cards change probably on a calendar year, January and July, as things move around. So I would hope that the new water cards, anything being printed, is not attached to anything else, like it should have been done in the first place. And the language approved by the board to be removed, that is also removed in a new printing. I appreciate
Absolutely.
Mr. Garber trying to save paper, but it should have been separated from the get-go.
We appreciate it.
It
as
wasn't
well.
my decision to combine the documents. They were combined. If anybody wants it, because there seems to be some confusion, I made about 25 or 30 copies of the water card, which is marked in the manner that the board took action on March 3rd, as well as a copy of the minutes from the March 3rd meeting and my agenda memo from that meeting. That was the time that the board took action to allow certain items on the water card to be lined out or not signed or signed. And there seems to be a lot of discussion about what happened when I've attended meetings with landowners, farmers, Dr. Brady, and others. So if you want this to refer to, it's available.
To make a separate motion, or my motion still stands for this? Move to approve the second part.
I'll second it.
All right, discussion.
I've got some discussion. Go ahead.
This whole thing has been kind of, you just have to, if you stay on top of it, then you're doing okay, so to speak. But this whole pilot program wasn't necessarily supposed to have that much teeth as far as this year. It's been pretty flexible. And having been flexible, I believe the consequences of if the farming community needed water, or they were using up their whole equitable distribution apportionment, they couldn't really navigate that water unless by the guidelines that we have set forth. If they didn't, and more so, if they didn't turn in a water card, they could not navigate the waters that they needed unless they turned in the water cards, such as the farm unit and going to the water bank. To me, that was a teeth in this year's equitable distribution pilot program. So having said that, the position that the district is in as far as needing revenue, I don't see why we need to hold the November 15th date as far as not giving the farming community the water that they need when the district needs the money. And we are calling off, I think, the supply-demand imbalance declaration. Now, next year, we call an equitable distribution again, the teeth will be there again. And if they don't turn in their water cards, they won't have the flexibility. And as time goes on, there may be imposing new opportunities or regulations that may be needed to be able to manage the water in an appropriate manner. Thank you.
This whole water card issue has been something just short of a nightmare. As Director Abadi mentioned, I thought that we gave pretty clear direction that we wanted to keep the water card separate from the 218, from the SDI, and it just seemed to all get bottled into one. And to tell you the truth, I don't know what the card looks like now that we're voting on. It would have been nice if it had been in the packet so I could take a look at it. The other issue that I'm concerned about, I don't think it has to be as complex as what we saw in that go around. I think there's certain information that you need from the landowner. There probably needs to be a reference to abide by the rules and regulations as adopted. And whoever is authorized to take water. I think that should be it. My problem is we have a situation where the person that may be penalized now may be a tenant farmer who is current in all of his bills. And so now he's going to be the one that may not be able to get his water after when we're watering on November 15th. I think the part that's been overlooked here, our records were not current, and we need to get them current, and that was probably the driving force behind a lot of this. And I think we're probably still in that mode where we need to get our records current. We need certain information. We need a good, clean copy of what it is that we expect from the customers. So I'm pretty much along with Director Sanchez on this issue right now.
Jeff, you're getting beat up over here. I just wanted you to know I thought the water card was fine because I do believe that with language of the IID holding the water in trust, just like anything else, is any company who would say you would enter an agreement with my company to service you with a particular product is going to take ownership of the product. So,
I personally, give me a clean copy of what it is I'm voting on. Make it simple and all the information that we require. Pick a date. If someone's behind in their water bill, there should be some provisions in place now where we can collect money from it. It just seems like we're just kind of, instead of getting this all cleaned up, it's still ongoing, and I'd like to see a clean copy, what I'm voting on.
Mr. Garber, you said you have some copies there?
Yes, sir.
Would you give one to Mr. Hanks, please?
Yes, sir. I knew this item was on the agenda, and there just seems to be a lot of confusion about this issue.
May I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Lindsay Gale, Imperial County Farm Bureau. Is this a new water card that we haven't seen yet?
No, ma'am. This is the same water card you've seen. This is the water card that the board took action to make changes to on March 3rd. This is the last time the water card's ever been changed. This is the same water card that we were looking at when we met in the library.
Okay. I agree, Mr. Hanks, this water card has been a nightmare, headache, everything else. I agree with you there. But I think that after our meeting with Mr. Brady, I think that we can come to an agreement. Surprise. I think we can. I think you understand what the hesitation is. We definitely have a hesitation with the way that the water cards were printed. That's number one, being on front and back. But I think we're not there yet. Our board's position still hasn't changed. But I think we can work together. Will these new water cards have the SDI information listed on the back on page 2? And if so, will the IID, this is just a question here, will you accept cards that are photocopied with just page 1?
Well, I don't know if Carlos is here, and Carlos is the ultimate authority on these issues, but as far as we're concerned, if there's no SDI, the only page that needs to be filled out is page 1 at this point. I don't know that it matters what you do with the second side. Would you agree with that, Carlos?
That's correct. Yeah. Yeah, and I would tell you that if you want to photocopy it so that it's a blank on the back, that's fine.
And then make the...
Because we're not going to do anything with the back page anyway. If you don't put any information, we're not going to.
Okay.
In fact, we just took the SDI off, so
Yeah.
it's really moot.
And I may be mistaken, but the only other thing that you were critical of when we met was that there is line 19 that says designee is authorized to A, order water yes or no,
Mm-hmm.
B, execute the equitable distribution authorization application information document, yes or no? Well, obviously, you don't have to check B because that's not an issue right now. So if you don't check it, I don't see how it's offensive. You're not agreeing to it, you're not agreeing to it, you're not checking the box, you're leaving it blank. The only information we want on this water card is the kind of information we need to provide water. Canal, gate, field, property ownership of the name, title of the owner, contact information, if the owner has a designee or property manager, if there's a farm tenant, that type of information. That's information, although was provided on the old card, it was not provided for all these different entities and in this level of detail.
When can we expect new water card language? Will we have it before January 1st?
Nobody's directed us to create new water card language, and I don't mean to sound flip. I don't. If the board or management directed new water card language, it would be done. That hasn't been done yet. So all we have, and I don't know what they would change, other than some of this introductory language.
When we met, we had talked about taking out all of the language. We have scratch outs, we have optional items. We need to clarify this. We need to make this more simplistic for our water users. And I think at that time we might be able to come to an agreement. I think we can. I might be speaking out of turn here, but if we can get a clear water card, I think we can work with this.
I'd like to move. I'm sorry, we seem to be ignoring you. We're not really.
Well, you've got two other, Mr. Morgan.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
And Mrs. Miola want to talk.
Erin Miola, Imperial Valley Vegetable Growers. I just want to say that this issue seems to highlight the problem between the IID and your customers. And the problem started when this water card deal started, when we came out for the meetings, you had a bunch of people upset, and then the Farm Bureau had meetings, and then the IID attended and negotiated down on the water card. So people sent in amended water cards, and then within the last 2 months, those people got calls from the district saying you aren't able to order any more water, so they were coerced into signing the old water card and filling it out, and now you're coming up with a whole new water card. And this is exactly the problem that your customers have, and you refuse to see it. And so once again, we are asking in the future when there's something like this, let's work these problems out before you roll something out, and let's really work through it. Let's hash it out and get there, and then let's roll something out. We continue to have these problems, and we continue to show up here, and at the end of the day, we've got a whole new water card, which is what everybody was asking for in the first place. And there's no SDI, which is what everybody thought, it's just, especially this water card deal highlights the problem. It should have been separated in the very beginning. Instead of having part 1, 2, and 3 on there, you needed a part 1 for your water card information. Everybody agrees you needed to update your in-house information. Everything else needed to be separate. And I just think it highlights that issue, and I hope that you can remember that.
Let me just.
I'd like to answer because.
Go ahead.
I think for one director, I'm holding steady. I just told Jeff that I think the water card he presented the whole year is fine with me. I'm guessing there's 3 other directors who want to make a change, so to speak. So, but for me, I'm holding steady. I think the water card's fine. But obviously, the teeth of the I think the issue at hand is the teeth. And not necessarily the water card. I think after this pilot program, and maybe some of the directors are making a change because of the pilot program, and some of the problems that have been being dealt with, and that's what happens when you have a pilot program. It's not to say that we didn't listen, or most importantly, that this board did not make a decision, because we did 3-2 or whatever, 4-1 or 5-0. We made a decision. That's the most important thing, and now we're looking to revise. And I think that's what we're here to do, is to revise when need be. But again, I'm holding steady with the water card. It's just that the teeth problem is probably what's at hand right now.
Early forms of this card were brought to the board on multiple occasions in this multiple part format. Carlos and I spent months with the WCAB with this water card in the multiple part format and made substantial revisions over time until we have what we have today. They specifically made revisions to the introductory language, and we manipulated that over a series of months before we brought it back to the board. Nobody complained about the multiple part format. There was no intention to purposely create some type of problem. It just seemed like an easy way to do it at the time.
Mike Morgan, Brawley. I brought this up a long time ago. You just had a pilot who just wrecked the plane. The owner of the plane is you. You guys seem to like to have project managers. You need to find out who was the project manager of this. Jeff's right. He met many times with the WCAB along with Dr. Eckhart. There was no consensus at the WCAB, so when it came time that you guys had to fly your pilot project and risk the passengers on it, you just took it off. The problem with your pilot project goes back to your equitable distribution, and you need to start tomorrow to try and figure out why it went awry. It went awry because you're still conflicted people that don't have conflict waivers here. Dr. Osias, Dr. Eckhart, Mr. Garber, John Pierre made their own equitable distribution pilot project. It cost this community $30 to $50 million. It left 250,000 acre feet in the river. It left irrigators, tractor drivers, baler men out of work because you messed it up. No one had any confidence in what they could do, and they did not plant their crop. So that's behind us. You guys did that. Don't do it again next year. Make sure you go back to work on your equitable distribution and find out why it didn't work. Find the owner of your project and put him back to work on it.
I'd like to make a statement. The reason that we underused our allocation is not because the SDI or the water cart. It's a farming economy. It's economics. And the fact that you all are complaining about this water cart, the board and the district bent over backwards to work with you. What was supposed to be a pilot program is to work with you. And if I had it my way, it would have not been a pilot. We would have teeth, but because the rest of the board felt that we needed to work with you, the water customers, they tried to be nice to you and they tried to work to you. They changed lots of times they change what we had initially stated. It's going to be this way. They backed away in wanting to work with you. That's what this board gets for trying to be the nice board and to work with you all, because you're never satisfied, Mr. Morgan. Never, no matter what we do, what we say, we want to help you. You come up here and you accuse of a conflict of interest and accuse the board members, our staff, and now you're blaming us because of the board, the IID, because of the underuse of our water allocation. It's not that. It's just basics economics. So if you're going to come here and talk, at least be truthful in what you're saying.
Stella, the time we get ourselves in most trouble is when we don't check. And so have the owner of this project interview landowners and tenants. Find out how many tenants had their ranches or their water held in abeyance by the landowner because he didn't know if he'd have enough for 5.25. Find out how many people, excuse me, find out how many people.
Stated that the farmers would get the water they needed.
Find out how many people didn't plant the dam.
This president always stated you're going to get the water that you need to run your business. We stated that to the feedstock people, to the dairy people. This board never told you were not going to get your water. The fact that we're underusing the water is not because of this board or the district. It's mainly economics.
Mainly economics is fair. Mainly economics is fair, Stella, but it's not all. It's all as part of it's the EDP.
No.
Thank you.
I think some of our. Well, I think we should talk about some of our successes. I think 60 or 70% of the people, 60 or 70% of the water cards were turned in, right, Juan Carlos?
And 83%.
83%. I think that's a big success.
But there's been rejections.
There's been rejections.
I have a motion, a second, and the second part. I'd like to call for the question, please.
Okay, repeat the motion. Secretary, if you would, please.
The motion is to keep the November 15th deadline to submit the water cards.
I just have a question, though. I haven't said anything. if this motion, which I will vote in favor of, fails, and we have Mr. Garber,
Yes,
and I guess I'll address the rest of the board on this. We have people who have not turned in water cards and more than likely will not turn water card in, no matter what we do. And you've got other people who have turned in water cards because that's what this board voted on and made changes on to do. 5-0 vote by this board. So you've got your hardcore people out there that don't want to play ball or do what's right. And by this board not putting some teeth into this thing, you're letting them take a free pass, and you're letting the people who have tried to do the right thing, you're throwing them under the bus, is what you're doing. And so when you come back to try to rectify this program, you're going to be in the same boat again. They're just going to flip you off, tell you to go fly a kite. And I want to ask you, Mr. Body, you're a farming person and you own land, and you voted to make changes in the water cards. Have you turned in your water cards yet?
That's my personal business. Recommend. What I will say is I want to make my comments that I'm not going to speculate on whether it was economics or SDI or whatever, or the water cards or the equitable distribution, why we're so far underrun. That would be up to the individual farmer on why that individual farmer used less or used more than last year. I couldn't answer that. Okay, some of the prices are good. I think that the water card being separated like it is on here with the blank thing, I think this is going to go a long way. I think it's going to satisfy. I think you're going to get them filled out now. But knowing that, I still want to also work and explain. And I don't like ultimatums, so I'm not going to go with the deadline date. But I think these water cards, because they're separated, will get filled out. I believe they'll go away.
Well, all I can say is 83% of the farming community can't be wrong. So,
right.
Call
I have
for the question.
I have a question. What's the amount of money that potentially the district could lose to fund operations if we stick with the November 15th deadline that we could sell?
In my opinion,
In your opinion.
and this is just my opinion, zero. I think it would be somewhat foolish for someone to have an economic value in the field and not make sure that field receive water. And now that's just my opinion.
I agree with that opinion.
Unless it's trust land.
Well, yeah.
Not being farmed.
Rod Foster Brawley, I got to throw my 2 cents into here, and you're absolutely right. You're not going to make any difference now. You got a gentleman right here who's the largest harvester in Imperial County. In May, he harvested just as many acres of wheat as he harvested the year before. What occurred was Sedan did not get planted because the growers wanted to have the water to get their fall crops in. I'm saying that the SDI and what Mr. Morgan said cost this valley 30,000 acres of Sedan. Now, if you think that I'm kidding, alfalfa prices today, and believe me, I know, I buy it every day, are $95 a ton. Sedan grass is going for $160 a ton. The availability of Sedan grass versus alfalfa hay, it's 70% the value of alfalfa hay. Alfalfa hay is a semi-permanent crop. It goes in for 3 to 4 years. Sedan is a 3-month crop. I disagree with you. The reason your water didn't get sold was Sedan didn't get planted because the farmers were concerned about their water. And I will disagree with you that forever.
Mr. Foster, this board stated many times we would not deny water to any farmer that needed the water to do his business.
I know that,
We
Stella.
go on record saying that, and we also told you that you would be entitled to the water you need to run your business as a feedlot. We never told you were not going to get your water.
Stella, you're absolutely correct. Now, wait a minute. May I say something, please?
Sure.
Okay. What I'm going to say here is I talked to a lot of farmers who told me this exact thing. I'm not going to fool with the Sedan. They looked at the alfalfa price, hay price, yes. But today, the Sedan's bringing 160. Stella, what I came to you with and what I got from this district was a letter saying you would supply me my water for 2009. That's not what my industry was asking for. It was asking for the future. Yes, you did give me a letter. And Stella, I got to tell you something. You're right. Your board did say this, but this is the distrust that the farming community has of this board. They were afraid they wouldn't have the water to plant their
Well, how does
fall crops.
83% of the people say they mistrust the IID?
Anthony, all I can say is they did what they think was right. The rest of us did what we thought was right.
Well, I think it's time for this board to have the back blown and go ahead and vote on my motion.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm ready to call for the question.
Now, do I get a chance to say
Well,
anything?
okay.
Yeah. You jump out there and you have your say, and then you want to call for the question.
Well, I've
you
called
know.
for the question like 4 times. I've been ignored. So.
You know, I'm not opposed to a water card. There needs to be a water card. But any business that I was ever associated with, you did not submit things that were crossed out, marked out, and asked people to sign. You know, so I'll call for the vote, please.
Okay.
Do it again.
Anthony, you abstain?
Do it again. Call for the motion again.
Okay, we're going to vote again?
Vote again.
Okay, well,
Make a motion
erase,
to vote again.
erase that. We'll vote again.
I'll second
Is
it.
that legal? Okay, I moved. Okay.
I'll second it.
You hit the wrong button?
No, I hit the right button.
You want to vote again?
I'll vote again.
All right, vote again.
You did the right thing, Director Sanchez.
We're on to item 26, Mr. President.
Yeah, what,
No, no.
You were in 25.
Oh, I knew that.
25.
Okay.
if we can't get it right, we need, don't want to spend the money on paper, let me know. I'll furnish the money for the paper next
sir.
time.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's move on.
Staff is asking you to approve a extension of the agreement with Matrix. Matrix is the consulting group that has been working with us, training our internal analysts, do our management analysis program. That analysis is in, you've got a preview of that. We've had over 130 recommendations. We're attempting to finalize that report, which last I looked was somewhere around 600 pages. The savings, annual savings estimated of what they've done so far is in excess of $1 million.
They've done an outstanding job, Mr. A. I move to approve the amended service agreement.
Second
Okay.
it.
All right. You want to
can
go ahead and
keep on
finish your
talking.
presentation?
Just keep on.
I'd like to hear what
keep
else
on
you
talking.
have.
I just.
Okay, well, I like the motion. I stopped when I heard it.
Yeah.
And the Lakers aren't playing tonight, for your information.
We need to move on. We've run out of money, and basically, I need to. I've told them to stop until we get it some more, assuming and hoping we get some more. But general manager has indicated a strong interest in going on to the administrative support departments and also into the water department as we proceed. Continuing along with using an in-house team working with a single outside consultant. I think that's the most cost-effective way
It's
to
a
go.
very good concept, and I support it entirely. It's a good thing.
Thank you.
How long have they been here working?
6 months.
You know, I would think with the information out there, everything from Stone and Webster's and looking at all the other low-hanging fruit and some of the efforts the board's made, I certainly thought for the first 200,000 they would have identified more than just $1 million a year in savings.
Well, that's a minimum net level. I mean, we haven't gotten the final number yet. In fact, I mentioned some of the things during our review on this that could amount to several millions of dollars, particularly in terms of revenue protection area. I don't know about low-hanging fruit. I don't know about the Stone and Webster report. I don't know about any of the other reports. This is a whole, fresh, new approach. I'm not going to pluck 5-year-old reports out and try to resurrect them because I really don't think they have any relevance to what's going on right now. There's been so much reorganization, and there have been so many changes in the organization, some good, some not so good, that we had to take a fresh look at it, and this is why we did it this way.
The time was right to do that.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, this originally was selected by management. It didn't come to the board for approval. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. It was the general manager's approval.
Are the parameters and deliverables for this additional amount being clearly identified? What the deliverables are on here? And this is going to be it? I mean, this will finish up whatever they're going to do, and
I don't know that it will finish the entire organization. It really depends on how complex some of these areas are. I think this will do us for, we spent 6 months and it ran over $200,000. Anytime you have a consultant come in from out of town, there's a lot of costs associated with it. But in this particular case, there was a period of time of about 3 months where we had 2 consultants coming in, frankly, because of the workload that was going on at the moment. We wanted to speed up the report. I don't think that'll be necessary because our in-house people that have been working with this are now better trained and more familiar with the process. So this will probably go 8 to 10 months at least. How much will get done for that? I really couldn't tell you. I would say that probably we won't get it all done. We'll get through all the administrative support departments. We have the rest, some parts of energy we haven't done yet, and I think we'll be well started into the water area. But these are very deliberate, very careful approaches. When we do an area, we interview every single person in that area, every single employee in that area, as well as other people. So it's not done without a painstaking approach to get there.
I've had feedback from staff, and they're impressed with this consultant, and they like the fact that they're being asked, what do you do and how can we help you and do a better job? And I think it's a good deal. And I think they, as long as they're doing their job and as long as you need them, I support you on that effort because it's making a difference in the operations here at the district. It was a long time coming.
you have your deliverables here, 1 through 7. Number 8, does this 200,000 get us number 8?
It'll get us a final report and at least the administrative support areas if that's what we do next. It won't necessarily get us a final report for all the areas. Each area that we do will get a report. We're wrapping up the report now for the large segment of energy that we did do, and that, frankly, that report's a lot longer than I thought it would be. I thought it would be a couple hundred pages. Double space, but it's turning out to be several hundred, 600 or so. I would say that this would certainly get us through administrative support departments and the rest of energy. After that, I doubt, I think we'll have to renew the contract if we're going to go into water. We're not saying we can do all these other areas for the $200,000. What we're saying is, if our intent is to continue to have them going through the organization, if you want them to continue to look at the organization, then we need to fund the next piece of work.
And if they need more paper, Director Hanks has volunteered to supply the paper.
Yeah.
Fortunately, much of it's electronic.
Well, Mr. Ed Jan, let me ask you this question. As a board president, what have we received so far? I haven't received any information, any feedback whatsoever. I know there's been something going on. I hear that part, but there hasn't been any reports made. I don't know whether I want to continue on or not. I don't know what I've got so far.
Well, we did give you a sort of a preview brief of what some of the recommendations are going to be, but I can tell you that many of those recommendations, even though the report isn't finalized, are being built into the budget for this next year. When you look at the energy budget for next year, as of right now, without having implemented all of the recommendations, at this moment our budget shows a reduction of 27 positions.
Mr. A, didn't this consultant make a report to the board at the meeting in
He gave you a summary of recommendations, so you would know what was going on, what he was looking at, what the issues were, and where we were going to go. The next most important thing is to finalize the report and implement the recommendations. The consultant has said that in their experience in the past that they have about a 80% implementation rate with their recommendations. I don't know if that number is going to be right here. Some of the recommendations may be challenged, some of them may be wrong, but we're building an action plan so that we will have accountability and steps to be taken for the recommendations to be implemented, something which I don't think happened with the Stone and Webster and some of the other reports. We're very serious about following through with the recommendations in this report to the extent that we believe them to be the right way to go. In many cases, we'll be running those specific recommendations by you so you can look at it. If we don't have, I'm not going to let them go by the money. It's already been authorized. So if we don't have this approved, we're dead in the water. So that's where we are.
You ready to vote?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm gonna tell you, I think you've done a good job, been doing a good job. But I think you're a little snippy right now. Probably because of our age and your experience and so forth, okay? But,
or the other way around, maybe, I don't know.
no, but it would be nice to be included in the circle of what's going on, because I think there's a lot of board members who know a lot what's going on, and I sure the heck don't. Okay? And my vote will reflect that. All right, call for the vote.
God, I love
Mr. A,
this place.
Mr. Ajian, from my perspective, they're doing a good job, and I can tell you that the time I sat in this board, this is the first time I've really seen an in-depth analysis of our department, energy department, and the recommendations coming forward. You're doing a hell of a job. Keep on doing that.
And it wasn't my, Mr. President, it was my attempt to be snippy, and if I sounded like that way, I apologize. I was really defending these results, which are very difficult to implement. We're talking about elimination of a large number of positions, and that's not an easy thing to do, and significantly changing organizations around. The organization has a strong and famous culture, and we're working with that, but we have to make these changes. So I guess I was being a little defensive about what we're trying to accomplish.
That's understandable, and you got to understand, for 3 years, I pushed for this same concept. So now it's happening. I would like to at least be included in the informational flow.
Yes, and we would be happy to schedule additional briefing sessions whenever you'd like and whenever the general manager would like to schedule. And I do appreciate, I know there's been a great deal of support from the board on this, and particularly yourself, and I do appreciate that.
What I'm interested in is in the results. Give me good results. That's what I asked for.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, we go to the next item, acknowledge receipt of financial report, page 113.
What I would recommend is just to acknowledge and receive this report today. We have July's ready, and I'll have it at the next meeting not the next meeting, but the meeting on the 6th, and I can discuss activity through July in more detail if that at that time, if that's okay with the board.
Okay, any questions?
Do we have to acknowledge? I move to acknowledge the receipt and accept the financial report for the June 30th, 2009 as submitted.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? You guys got
Did you
I voted. It was the body that didn't vote.
do it vote again?
I voted yes.
Well, she was a little quick on the button.
Huh?
What?
Or vote again?
She hit it before
Well, tell me when,
yours.
Okay.
Yeah. There we go.
Okay.
because there was a no.
That's okay.
Thank you.